Hello everyone. Good to see you, good to see you. What's going on, Gwen? What's going on, Ninja? Hello. Doing good. Simple Rick, hello. Azur, hello. Oh, yo, oops. Yeah, oops, congratulations. What's going on, everyone? Everyone say hi, Bo, and everyone say congratulations, Bo. What's that, 4 times now? 4-time champ? We got at least a Premier, at least the Dallas Open, at least the Atlanta Open, and then this one. This is no disrespect to anyone who's won app tournaments. I don't know if the app tournaments are there, but if it's including the app tournaments, it's like 5 now, right? 5-time champion. But hi, congratulations, and hello. Don't let me. Hello, what's going on, Alex? Super Saiyan, hello, it's good to see you. Log, hello, good to see you. App Premier, Dallas, Cardio Q, and this webcam. 4-time, baby. That's what I'm talking about. How do I feel about yesterday's cards? Well, honestly, I'm more interested in talking about today's gameplay. But actually, you know, that being said, I think yesterday's cards could also be today's gameplay. But I was okay. This is a really funny story about that one. I was talking to yesterday's gameplay about, or yesterday's cards about today's gameplay, and all I'm gonna say is yesterday's cards is definitely today's gameplay. You know, I'm just saying. And that killed me. Most hilarious thing I've ever heard from yesterday's cards days. So we'll see. App tournaments count as much as San Diego. Oh, true. Wait a minute, you know. I can say true to that because Adam won that. It's incredible. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. If you're joining us for the first time today, then I'm so sorry. But also, in addition to that, and there as far of, we will be going over today the new Elestral's meta. We're firmly inside of the Sunstrike meta. After an explosive ban list a couple weeks ago, into another premiere where Brewlock won with some interesting deck choice. with a really cool deck, actually. Like, the theory on this one is really sound. And then also then into now the format's more solidified. We now get to see what is going on with under the hood and really dissect the different changes that have happened since the ban list. And of course, the big winner was Hera and Bo on Hera, which is important because, of course, Bo is our strongest pet decker, but also, in a lot of ways, our strongest player as a whole. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. So my favorite thing is to try to make yesterday's cards with today's gameplay. True, special platypus, absolutely. We'll be going over the top 32 decks inside of yesterday's premiere, today's gameplay. And I think we'll be kind of briefly brushing on the previous premiere just a little bit, because I don't necessarily know if it's any more, not necessarily it's not relevant to the discussion, because I think there's still some stuff there to talk about, but you know, there's that. Let me get some opinion real quick. How is the music? How's the sound? I'm kind of testing out different audio setups here. So is it like, it's a little loud? Is it a little not? I'll ramble for just a little bit, just like let y'all hear it, but let me check this out. That sounds pretty good to me. Sorry, MBT stream, Elestronaut stream is here. Absolutely. Hello, what's going on, Cthulhu? Good to see you. Hello. Yeah, we got some tournaments to go over. I'll be going over a quick special shout out to for me as well. I'll be going over the previous tournament and some of the previous other results. But for now, how's everyone doing? How's everyone doing after the premiere? What do y'all think of the most recent tournament and most recent stuff going on in Elestrals? I know the big contingency and the big contention point, that's more what I want to say, is on Gorgon's Gaze, Laurels, and Earthquake, some of these big, powerful cards that have warped the meta in a lot of ways. But I don't know. Slow and steady wins the race. A good control deck and a great player can turn the tides in their favor. Hey, we saw that time and time again. Seeing how long it went, I'm really happy I skipped. Apparently that was due to some like issues in the back end of some level. I don't doubt that. But also because of like, the format slowed down a metric ton. And it is crazy to think about that because of like, we're not quite back in 5's format, I will say that. But we also aren't necessarily not in 5's format, where it's like tempo and beat strategy are the way to go, right? Like game plan decks I still think have their place, but it's definitely yesterday's 5's, today's Sunstrike. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're excited to get back into the game after the event, especially. We were on a break after the final live stream. Ban list burnt us out. Feel that. Absolutely feel that. 100%. Fish 5's speed. Yes, I'll say that. That's actually a good point. Every deck is now fish. And they're on fish level, which, you know, is not crazy. A lot of people liked fish last format. The sad part is, too, though, that fish also has the ability to have its big game plan available to it in the form of like Lockagon, shout out to Julian, or Kerbis as well was a big one that we were rocking with for a little bit. So give and take on everything, right? Give and take on everything. Oh, Sasha's gonna give me some trouble today. I'll worry about that later. As Prime Moonrise, less diversity in deck types, with each deck actually unique and not overly toxic. No El Diablos. Agreed. Okay, that's actually, so for the first time in a while about a format, I think Bo and I agree. Hot take, I don't particularly like Moonrise format. Like, I think everyone like gassed themselves into thinking that it was like this omega good format. It's not. Like, I think that like historically we view that format as good. Like, there's tons of stuff about that format that is bad, right? We just weren't playing the toxic stuff. We just weren't actually trying to solve the format per se. We were building pet decks because we're, as an Elestral's audience, we are like prime net deck or pet deckers and net deckers, but pet deckers. And then on top of that, there are so many frustrating things about Moonrise, and pace is one of them. Not just like slowness of pace, but if you lose tempo, your deck is dead regardless if it's good or bad. And that was my main issue with it, right? It's the best Elestral's format I ever had, but there could be something better. Agreed. Okay. And that's thank you for getting me off my tangent. I think this format is the best Elestral's format that we've ever had. And I mean that because there is stuff to do, like actions matter, decisions make sense. There is a lot of different decks that you can build and play that follow similar fundamentals of deck building and also staples, which is kind of cool. There's frustrating things about every meta. But the frustrating things aren't like gross, right? They're not going to make you want to quit the game. Like, sure, there's a lot of removal, but the removal is like, well, every deck can do removal and every deck can build the boards. Every deck has Cryovern. Every deck has Gorgon's Gaze. And maybe it shouldn't, but every deck has shield. Maybe it shouldn't. And every deck can do that. It doesn't feel like something is particularly broken. A lot of the decks feel good and fun. Yeah, like the top decks are like super sick. Like Sloth, Hera, Fire Discard, Fire Artifact, which are kind of different builds in their own self, right? You can build Bears, and that's like pretty decent too. If you're Josh, it's the best deck in the world. You can maybe build Champions of Zeus, and that could be pretty solid, like based off of some things, right? It's not, maybe it's like under like the C tier level. Cop and the Cop Slop deck is actually really solid. Fish are good. Fish are crazy, right? And they can play Fish at a pretty like decent level. The one copy of Acepharos makes a huge difference, and it kind of brings the deck into this in line with other decks. Earth and Dionysus is super fun. On top of that, you can play like a Clever Plant built like the sickest of like Ares and Titan Phosphocell deck I've seen, and it's so cool. And it's nice, right? No such thing as a good cop? Some say. True. Some say anti? Yeah, it's too slow. Bring back Like a Void Champ. We agree. We agree. Press 1 if you agree. This format's bad until we get Lockagon too. Okay. Here. That's one of the real secret. The darkest of secrets. Lockagon would arguably be one of the best decks if old school Lockagon was back. So like full power. Not with Tadpuff and stuff, like, even though apparently we decided that Hera is the one that gets Tadpuff. But Lockagon in its current iteration without Tadpuff, if you just unlimit OG Lock, is like a top tier meta strategy. Still. It's crazy good. I'm just gonna say it. I need another win. Unban Hurricane. True. True. We agree. We agree. We agree. We. Isn't it already topping? Yes. And also not topping. Because it really kind of depends on how you think about it. I think a lot of casters and a lot of players in Elestrals, like, I don't know. It's so tricky because you get top 16 for prizing, so technically that's a top. But I think as we talk about it as a community, there is like a night and day difference between top 8 and top 16 for some reason. Even though realistically, it's like top 4, top 16, right? That's the distance. Like semifinals in this game and onward are so much. Is like a bigger, to me, a bigger difference than top 8 and top 16 because they're winning records. Like they're kind of just the same, realistically speaking. It's more on breakers and tiebreakers and strength of schedule, like all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what's going on, Rookie? Hello, good to see you again. Hello. The only thing good about Hurricane is the OG art featured P-Gus. Wait, correct. We need to escape from Tartarus where it's like P-Gus still in there too, you know? I'm a huge hater of Tad effects, but archetype specific like Carrion and Platypus feel fine to me. They feel better, maybe not fine, but I can agree with that. Super happy that Thunder is doing well. Hopefully we'll see some more of the Zeus Champ deck. People kept on telling me that Zeus Champ was good. And I think this is true because I like Chunk, but one, I haven't pulled any Chunk, and two, where is Chunk? Where's Chunk? No one's like really played any Chunk. Except for Rybot. Was Rybot in the last premiere? I think so. I thought I saw Rybot's name. Yeah, Julian top 16 with the Fish Gone deck contains 0 Sunstrike cards. I saw, honestly, it's really funny because I played Lock-On the last premiere, and I think that Julian, I do know, played like triple lock, triple champ lock deck. I think it's sound. I liked it a lot. I really do. You want Hurricane unbanned because you like interaction? I want Hurricane banned because I like interaction. True. The illusion of choice. I have been trying to conceptualize a Thunder Guy spam deck, bringing out Gato Bolt Champ. It's funny. I actually was thinking the same thing. There's something to do with Gato Bolt Champ. I think that could be pretty good, frankly. But yeah. With Hera could be fine. It seems like a lot of casters are Zeusing and Heraing together, which kind of makes sense. The Thunder still needs a little, like, Thunder has always historically been the weakest archetype in the game, and has like always needed the extra help, and always has needed the extra like assistance from other elements and divines. But you know, I don't know if we're ready for that conversation yet. Okay. So, if you are here and you're joining us today on today's stream, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We are going to be going over the top 32 decks from the previous premiere, the one that happened just this weekend on the 11th. And we'll be going over briefly what happened in the premiere on the 28th, because I think that I don't necessarily want to go over the decks in that one. I feel like they are going to be similar. There's going to be small things that I care about and small things that I think are cool and interesting. The big ones, of course, we know that there's an uptick in shield inside of this event versus last event. I feel like we were more of in a PTA sort of vibe, like kind of just first event vibes of the last format. I also feel like the top like 8 decks were pretty cool. We'll check out those from the 28th premiere, and the June 11th premiere or July 11th premiere. We will be just going over top 32 decks. I would like to go over more of the decks. I think they're important to look at, but to me, on some level, I think the top 32 decks give us a better overall realization of the meta. in scope. Does that make any sense? Like, yeah, people can go on god runs, etc., but I think we'll get way more out of that than where everything else is. But I do think there's still validity in saying that things like Dionysus was the most recent top contender in terms of deck representation. Then we have, of course, Hera, we have Sloth, we have the Sulfuri Fire discard, and then we have Ares and the Lumaru Celestlio like conglomerate piles. Blah, 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 blah. So with that being said, let's jump into it. Let's talk about the decks real quick. We'll pop them over. Dio Lunar should definitely be seen more play. Deck is nuts. It's really good. I think the Dionysus deck as a whole is just not as like strong as it should be, because combat is simultaneously way more important, but there's just so many cards now in the meta that beat combat. Argo, Shield, Tsunami, Alter, and because it's so reliant on that, it can feel kind of toss up or hit or miss, right? Though, and I will say this too, it has like very obvious choke points and like what you're supposed to hit. Cyprong and the Latagon line, the Drataya. So is that, it makes it kind of funky to like definitively say where the problem is. But Rise is busted. Rise is cracked. Rise is messed up. That's like what brings Lunar into the forefront, I think. And Rage and Dazer's bad mechanics. I think they're good mechanics. I just don't think that they're very well. They're not like utilized in a way inside of that deck that I think eventually they will be. Like, my hot take on Daze and a Rage is that right now Daze and a Rage is like just an extra little thing you can do, which is perfectly like fine and balanced. But eventually we'll get to the point where Daze and a Rage is like you're dazing and enraging like 4 billion things a turn. And you're like, and then you're like, if this thing's pop that. Target a thing, pop that. Enrage this, pop that. Like, daze this, turn that. And then it's like bop it out there, you know? Pull it, twist it, bang it. One of those. I think Suppress should remove Daze and Rage. Oh, use the CS smoke mechanic, right? Like, you can flashbang a smoke to remove it. Or is it grenade? You can grenade a smoke to remove it. That'd be kind of cool. Stuff like that. That'd be kind of cool. I think daze. The strength would be daze. Like, if you're Elestral suppressed, you can daze it, and dazing something gets rid of the suppression. So you can still activate its effect, but it can't attack. So like, that'd have to be the balance. Okay, if you can rage something and it gets its effects back off the suppression, I don't think that works. Make Dio instant speed. No. That'd be crazy. That'd be insane. Yeah, I feel like they feel half-baked and they woke up one day and say, we want a new mechanic, but we don't want to put thought into it. I don't know. I think that's the thing. The secret is that, like, every mechanic in every game has woke up one day and just being like, I don't want to put much thought into it. Like, you make it simple, you make it clean, you make it the way they're making me feel it tonight. But I think that the trick with it is that you flesh out the cards to play around with the mechanic, and so it's not the mechanic's fault. The mechanic is perfectly sick. It's just that the cards themselves don't do anything with it. Sometimes they also do. Like, we have plenty of cards that do stuff with the mechanic. It doesn't feel real. It just feels half-baked because we don't have like something that's making it like all kind of come together, right? There's stuff like that. Yeah. That banger bow, by the way. Dio instant speed is madness. I agree. It's crazy. All right, let's get into the madness itself. Let's talk about decks. Let's talk about decks. Okay, first things first, going over the meta to get like a decent snapshot of it. We're going to talk about the June 28th premiere. This had Brulok as our primary winner of this event. And frankly, I think that it was one of the craziest premieres to see the meta unfold. First and foremost, congratulations to Brewlock for winning, and for all of our casters braving themselves into the new meta, hitting the ground running. Leave Hera alone. Never! I mean, I don't think I can. I mean, like, do you see her? Absolutely. She can heal and shock my system. You know what I'm talking about? No. Scratch that from the record. I swear to God, that felt bad as I said it. Blah. All right. Hi, PK. By the way, I would say hi, PK. Good to see you. All right. So, hitting the round gunning, we have the top 8 decks from the previous premiere. We'll go ahead and go over them. I do want to scope them out a little bit, but the big thing here is that we had a couple things come from this premiere. The first is that we are in a removal meta, and that's like the big thing, you know? A lot of casters inside this premiere were rocking up with massive amounts of removal, trying to capitalize on the early format surprise of playing some old decks, yesterday's cards, and today's gameplay. Moth was completely taken out back, not a lot of wind, a little bit of water, and a lot of fire inside of this format. In addition to that, we also have a lot of Hera come into play. The big thing that I remember talking to Dan about at Worlds was Hera. Because, you know, Dan was like, Hera's such a cool archetype, you can do a lot of cool stuff with it. But once, you know, we kind of see how the format shakes out, and maybe for Sunstrike, we can kind of like, you know, mold and shape things to where things even out, and Hera becomes a lot better. And I remember talking to Dan about that, because Dan was saying that that Moth, it was definitely something they were aware of, something that they definitely were looking at and wanted to see how things go, but we're just going to give it a little bit of time. And that was something that we talked about with Hat too. If you guys watched our chat with Hat earlier, that previous podcast / like interview, we discussed a little bit about how this was not a big surprise that Moth was the best deck in the room for so long. Or at least maybe not even necessarily the best deck, but just like a meta threat that warped the format a little bit. Like you had to have certain things to combat Moth. You had to have certain things to play with Moth, and so on and so forth. So now, after the banning of a few key cards, and after we get into what I would say is the second largest ban list from Elestral's history, we now have this meta. So the top 8 from this deck, or from this thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We start off with Cinder Shade, rocking up with the Havocub, Pulveror, and Dionysus stuff, which this was even played before in the premieres where Moth and Full Power Ectopossum was a big thing. But yeah, now these cards are relying more on the Havocub and Pulveror line as like a double Cryovern line with things like Latagon. And so you can start to see like the format kind of shape right here. You have massive amounts of removal in the form of Cyprong, we have Earthquake, we have Resting on Your Laurels. But now we also have our double Cryovern line with stuff like Drataya and Latagon with Havocub, Pulveror, and then just some strong supporting players on top of that, which I think is really nice. Side deck wise, the side deck king right here, Ouroboros, is huge. Every single side deck was playing this. Some main decks were playing this too. Like one of the big things that Lunar has, and to Sir Tractor's point about possums, etc., is the form that like Ouroboros is native. It's the removal deck, you know? But I feel like that was something that Brewlock said, and I took that personally. So let's rock with it, you know? Potential Elestral. Now, Ouroboros is a well-designed card. Ouroboros is good. Ouroboros is shocker, but Ouroboros is one of these cards that says like, hey, it's not super great into a 5 style meta, because when you're just trading blow for blow, bar for bar, band for band, then at that point it becomes like a little bit more like a whale thing, right? Where you're just getting one thing out at a time, and like you're eventually things will just come in, and Ouroboros will get less good. But Ouroboros is really strong against a tall meta, against decks that go really big and go just one heavy set Elestral, something like Shield also. So Ouroboros and Shield definitely fit a similar niche, but Ouroboros can also sometimes be very beneficial in a 5 style meta. So it's just Galaxy Champ at the end of the day, but better Galaxy Champ because you can now combat 3 big bodies. It's actually really cool in a lot of ways, but it's definitely like not against every meta and not against every deck can you do something with it, but it is very strong. I feel like Ouroboros was very overhyped. Like, it's just Boombat that's situationally worse / better. Yeah, that's a good point. It is just Boombat, and except for you get to keep the body, but sometimes you can keep Boombat's body, and you know, returning the Enchanting Spirits deals with things that can't be destroyed by card effects or can't be like dealt with in that way. Yeah, I've yet to have anyone use this card against me, nor have I used it against anyone. Yeah, part of that is because like it's not good into Hera. Like, I'm just gonna say, if you played Hera this weekend, and like this thing's not gonna pop up there. Worst part about the card is the price. Yeah, absolutely. To Bo's point, I'm still refusing to spend $60 on a place of Ouroboros. Yeah. So we have also PTA A in the side here, and also Dense Fog are pretty cool. I think it makes sense. 2 main deck Poison Nectar is pretty solid. I like this card a lot, especially in metas where like you have to have like key cards and everyone's getting down so low in spirits. So I like Cinder's list. It's very straightforward, very strong, nice and clean, the way they're making me feel tonight. Next, that is like close out of a thing. I did. Adam, I swear I wasn't. I swear I wasn't trying. So Adam was hosting up the tournament or going to the tournament with well, it's Turtles. It's funny because I feel like once you do well with the deck, like you are both incentivized to continue to do well with the deck, but also like it's like this is the 7th week in a row you brought Turtles, and it's like, you know, I don't know. Adam's also known for like playing a bunch of different decks and being actually really insane, so it's like, you know, I don't know. Yo, what's going on, Ari? Good to see you. Hello. Welcome in. I think we'll be going over your deck list too in this next premiere, which I thought was actually really cool. We're going over the top 8 from the previous premiere, just to kind of get a headspace of where we're looking at. I think a lot of things have changed, but for the most part, this is just solid theory. You know, you have the additional Necruffs in here, which are really strong with Tongs. The one thing you can do with the best Water Elestral in the game is Water Enchant your Necruff, and because Tongs just says a Fire Elestral, not a Fire Enchanted Elestral, this card then says like, oh, your Necruff, which is now a Tsunami immune, can kill something instantaneously and you still get the pop. Isn't that cool? I crashed out 2/2 and dropped. You can't do that. That's crazy. Ari and I faced. Ari like wiped me off the face of the earth. Ari's deck was so fun and I liked it so much. You can't go from like winning to losing. I think you were my round 3. I think somewhere in there, beating me and then dropping out to crash later. You can't do that. That makes me feel bad. You can't do That's crazy. No way. You're staying in there. You're winning the tournament. All right, let's see here. We also have 1 OG Eruption, 1 Chains of Prometheus. Like I don't know. I feel like 1 Chains is about right. You know, you say like when it comes up, and you can search it, which is nice. I really did roll you hard, but then I got on stream and got high rolled. That's fair. That's super fair. Let's see. Cryoblast in the side. This is something that I think was one thing that I looked at, is there were 10 decks in the top 16 or top 32 that were playing Cryoblast in the side deck. And I think this is about right. You know, Cryoblast is one of the biggest side deck cards in the game, but there's so many random decks this card hits, but it doesn't really hit fire in the same way. Like Volk and Tongs is enough to get over the threshold, and you can sometimes snipe out Necruffs, you can sometimes snipe out like loose stuff. But it's not the same as it used to be, but you know, it's very solid on the side as well. No Ouroboros on the side is crazy. Oh well. Gibby's deck is so cool. I remember looking at this thing with the penguins and you know, converting the top 8 is super sick. Definitely showcasing off the back of the Hera strategy, like that this deck is so good. I do definitely feel like the Champions of Hera needs a top end, which we'll get into later as we review the decks from this past premiere. And like, this is super sick. The way I'd almost played this, Penguins are so fun. It's so cool. So cool. Yeah, obviously the meta is to play slots and to get voided with Cryoblast. See, you say that, but it's kind of true. Unironically true. Like, Frost is very well positioned with a lot of removal. And a pretty good top end. But there's just some small things that make it a little bit weaker overall, honestly. But love the Gibulus. Double Thunderstorm in main is inspired. I think this makes a lot of sense. I think after this week, I would be trying to play like a deck that can comfortably play Thunderstorm somewhere, but we'll see. Yeah, you bleed Spirits and Frost. Yeah, completely. That's one thing that Frost is kind of expensive, so you do need like the heal, but it's, oh man, there's so many strong, valuable cards there. Honestly, it's crazy. It's super crazy, I think. Cryoblast in the main too, so double removal not only for Elestrals but also for back row, which is sweet. I would have loved to see main deck Laurels, or even like an Earthquake. I think this deck can maybe find the spirits for it, but Glacial Stasis is pretty good too. You have extra copies of like Gorgon's Gaze in the deck, which is kind of neat. I don't hate that. Shield on the side. We should shield the main with PTA. A lot of PTAs. Dweebish. Shout out to my Chicagos. But I think similarly, this is now a Dougie Dionysus list. We saw some success for this one, just a little bit. That we'll see some really cool stuff in the premiere this past weekend. But Dougie and Dugabus are solid. Excuse me, like Dougie and Dugabus being able to recycle Earthquake, being able to cycle your power cards like Dionysus. You can even technically get Satember and Centaur out of there, which is solid. Mudslide is crazy. Like, Mudslide's kind of fun. I love the Mudslide on the side. It's so fun, right? Dougie's awesome. Duganasis is kind of good, actually. Wait a minute, that's a good name. Duganasis? Dugabusness? Dugabusness. No, gross. I still don't believe in Dougie. Dougie's unfortunately Diobus. Diobus is pretty good. I like Diobus. Diagabios is like, I think Dougie is a super cool card. I like its design. I think that like, I like Dugabus. Truthfully, I wish we can't have this. We can't have this until set 9, but we got to get Cedarsaur back, or a retrain of Cedarsaur. That way we can play it in Dugabus. Because can you imagine how cool it would be to go like Dougie with your Dugabus, but instead get a 4/6 body under Fully Forest, and now it's like Earth time, baby. It used to be Blizztrix, but now we can finally play a good Earth deck. So I think that'd be sick, personally. But we'll see. I love Dweebish, but this is the most boring deck to play against. Isn't it? This deck is just kind of like a slow mill roll, right? We are not bringing Cedarsaur back. We gotta bring Cedarsaur back. It's true. The War Criminal Dino come back. It's bad. No, that one is bad. We can't do it. Not until set 9. But we gotta bring Cedarsaur back. We gotta bring Cedarsaur back. Absolutely. Yeah. We've gotta seen Cedarsaur. Yo, what's going on, Andrew? Hello, good to see you. Hello. Let's pretend some of us haven't been keeping up with the recap on what's going on. I know Stratomoth was supposed to be good, but I think it was nerfed. Absolutely. So, the roundabout explanation is that Stratomoth, going into Sunstrike, was like the big boogeyman. Super powerful card, could do everything, incredibly explosive, but surprisingly, didn't actually quite convert in the same way that we thought it was going to back in the initial parts of the meta. Still very strong, format warping. But truthfully, there was still a lot against the deck, and the deck just really was not performing in tournaments. That being said, though, it got banned to hell and back, Tartarus and back, I guess. And in that capacity, 3 key cards were hit: Tower of Winds, Bag of Winds, and the Sirikun Champion card, meaning that Moth is now effectively curbed super far down. It's still playable, kind of, but not in the same way, and it's not as explosive. It's definitely not as good. That left room for the other decks inside the meta. Fire discard, a Sulfuri deck, the big dragon discard to cast back to destroy. We also have Hera, the incremental heal control resource deck that had a bunch of little dudes that came out onto the board that swarmed your opponent with card advantage. And we also then had things like Dionysus come back. Not just this build with like the Earth stuff, but also Dionysus with Pulveror and Havocub. These two cards, which I think we actually had in a couple lists back. These two cards really helped Earth shape out and the Dionysus deck shape out into like a really good aggro strategy. Then, of course, we do have things like the Turtles and Krakatuga and the Festus Valkyries deck. Always been strong even before Moth got the axe, but now effectively after Moth got the axe, it still remains top deck and it's still very, very strong. And of course, then we also have Hera to go into. And that's kind of our big thing right now, is that we have Fish, which is also like on the water low end. It comes back, so a lot of good stuff. Why is Catabasis good? What are we banning from our opponents on the world? Catabasis is good because it hits targets for Hermes and Hermes Trickery, but also it stops things like Fire Discard from adding cards back from their underworld to their hand, or also for ascending over cards is the big one. All right, Dougie though and Dweebish, banger. Cthulhu, rocking up with the top 4 Hera list. Now this is a very similar deck in like the kind of composition to what we'll see from this upcoming premiere too, but now instead of playing the top end of being Penguots and the Penguins, going with Imperial, which I think is super sick. Big fan of that. Also, not the first time that we'll see this, but the Consent Rhino or OG Ricerage is one of the main power players inside of a deck like this. I think that's super cool. This card I didn't believe in for a long time, frankly, but it's solid. It's a good little strategy. I think I don't love it personally, because I think there's other things you could be doing, and with Hera inside the meta, it's never great to go into this card, but an amazing side deck card for sure. I'll say that. However, if you're it's perfect against Fire Discard, it's perfect against Dionysus, it's perfect against a lot of stuff. So we'll see. You're not wearing a Cowboys jersey? Absolutely. Unfortunately, this is one of the OGs, one of the OG tight ends. Plus, it's a billion degrees here, so I gotta. Everyone say hi, Kevin. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. I have an FC Barcelona jersey that I was gonna try to wear because, I mean, we're repping it just a little bit for now, but we'll see. We'll see. For the World Cup, do you root for France, Portugal, or Canada? Which one are you allowed to root for? Because I'm allowed to root for Spain, for the US, and for Mexico. And Korea now this year. This year we can root for Korea. Give me one good reason why I'd root for France. Do I even have to say it? I just hit my microphone. Sorry, y'all. All right, so this list is playing a lot of 2-ofs is the big thing. I was trying to say Quebec equals France. Yes. They're one of the OG colonizers. Quebec didn't colonize France. France colonized y'all. It's crazy, right? And by French law, y'all have to root for them to keep the culture alive. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. We have education. See, that's the trick. Absolutely we don't. That's American education is the biggest oxymoron since men's rights. For Portugal, banger. Banger. But Argentina, yeah, it's a Ronaldo thing, isn't it? I mean, they're also because they're not great. But Messi's is unfortunately Messi's good. Unfortunately, Messi's very good. Unfortunately, Messi's very good. Unfortunately, Messi's super good. Messi. The Fungler in the side deck is pretty good here too. Moving back on to our our side deck. Shield and tip inside of the main, into the side versus the main. We also have the dice coming in here too, which is really solid. Earthquake, but no laurels, which is crazy because I do know this from Bo, is the like thing that you can find off the top. A lot of really great stuff. But I have great news. Since the top, I've added more 2-ofs. -1 Jolton, +1 Imperial. That's crazy to me. There's so many great 3-ofs inside of this deck. But I do understand it's so hard to pick ratios for the cards because they are pretty good. And Jolton is definitely one of them. Magneros is one that I'm like up and down on, truthfully, but you know, I get it. So we'll see 3 Zeus from this strategy too. Lakritzi coming in here with Based Gal Venom. Oh my god. I love the Gal Venom in this list. So finally we have a way. Where this card is good. It's been like 3 years, but this card is finally like available. One, the expend 3 is not nearly as expensive with Hera being able to heal back spirits, which is good. One thing that we'll see from the next premiere coming forward is power 2 drops. Excuse me. Off of your Tadpuff, your the Plattler, and this card comes in here, special cast out. You can then get into a big effectively non-committal body that's decently sized enough. Expend 3, target top pop 2, which is super sick. There's one thing about Hera. One thing that's really popular about Hera is that there's a bunch of different ways to play it. There's like a core amount of dudes and then like a custom top end, right? Like one thing that you might be noticing about these decks lists here, including like all the way back from like Cinder Shade, for example, has the top end of Pulveror and Latagon versus someone like Dweebish, which is going for like Dougie and Dionysus and Centaur. So a lot of decks nowadays, instead of going like Fives Theory back in the day, used to be something along the lines of like your low end is like a lot of the same cards you'll see, and then your top end is maybe something different. But now Elestrals is really cool in the way that every single deck has a different way of building and playing it. Fire Artifacts for Fire Discard versus Turtles, right? Or Hera, Champions of Hera, can play Galvenom or Imperial or Imperawat. It's really interesting. So you get a lot of that down. High Voltage is really interesting here. I don't love High Voltage, but I do get it's a decent card to add off of the Ricerage, which we're not playing. If we're not playing Ricerage, why are we playing High Voltage? What's going on? Unk in the side is good. I like Thunderstorm Cryoblast. This is a very, very good call, honestly. But again, these could be in main over the High Voltage. I'll just say it. I think those over the High Voltage, and you're playing the Earthquake and Laurels, but no Rhino is crazy. First Family of Hera we've seen, by the way, too. This card I think is actually pretty decent. I like this card, especially if you're playing Mount Olympus. I think they're siding the Mount Olympus. Yeah. And no Zeus. Wow. Wow, what a deck. Kind of worse than like good counters. Correct. High Voltage feels like it's trying to cosplay like an artifact from Yu-Gi-Oh! And it had a $5 budget too. High Voltage I think is pretty strong. In a lot of ways, it's like just days. It has like an additional. It's just madness, but it's just not as good. I would say you could be playing this card and justify this card if you're playing the Rhino, but Lakritzi's not. So very, very funny. Very, very, very funny. But I like the Galvenom is the biggest thing I like about this list, but it's a little bit down. Why does it not affect Thunder Enchanted Elestrals? For the same rate that like Tsunami doesn't affect Water Enchanted Elestrals, is because like this is gonna sound really bad, but like, how do you? Can you shock a lightning bolt? Like if I'm made of electricity and I'm walking around, right, and you see me on the street, and your immediate first response is like not, oh my god, oh everyone quick come look, an astronomical anomaly, holy god, he just phased through that building, he's killed 40 people, the static electricity is going off, and then the government's just like, we have a situation, we must, and they like start like fire bombing the electricity, and they're like, nothing's working, and they're like, we got to figure out something. And then immediately, just from the sky, they launch the Odin, the plasma bolt, the lightning strike and a half, and it like hits the ground as you're walking into the bank, and you're like, hello, I'd like to open a checkings account. Do you think that would actually work on something that was electrified? Thunderwave can hit electric types? Since when? Bad card is bad card at 8. All right. Next, we have Skids. Skids! Very interesting deck list for Skids. Yeah, electrical worker here. Lightning hitting electrical stuff is bad. Yeah, don't do that. It's you don't want to overcharge and mismatch amps and whatnot. Belleby is interesting here. I think Belleby is really cool. I know some other casters were experimenting with Belleby, like Magnetonics especially, and I like this card a lot. I think this card makes a lot of sense for the meta. It's a card that says itself is either unaffected by counter runes, which is really cool. Under Tongs, it comes out as an 7, I believe. And otherwise, if you don't get rid of it, or if it sticks around on the board, like a lot of things in this meta are to do with the tempo cards you have available to you, though I think instead of the chains, I'd put shield in the main. That would really help amplify the Belleby strategy a little bit. Is then you say now your Volcaries, your Kinleo, your other Volcaries are unaffected by counter runes, which I think is very, very strong. I like Belleby. Some people don't like Belleby. Those people will be Dimax. I think this card is sick, but maybe also in a deck that's not not this version, right? I think maybe like Hestia could be cool with it, right? Belleby is insane. I use my Fire Artifact Trifernal deck. It is kind of sick. I think it's good. The fact that it just gives clearance for the rest of the Elestrals, or especially with Tongs, it becomes like a missile. You're just firing. A lot of drone strikes happening today, like I'm 08 Obama. But Ouroboros in the side deck as well, and Shield in the side. So again, the one thing I will say about this list is it feels like it is missing some of the key counter runes, and in a lot of ways it's really funny. I don't know if Eruption is main deckable. It's good and definitely going to be like sniping some games, but I think I'd rather swap this out for your resting in the main, and then also your Chains of Prometheus is just your shield here, honestly. Belleby is the GOAT. Mag pilled us on the idea of our team, and it's such a good call. No, I agree. I figured this was like a when I saw like the fire slop decks come out, I'm like, this is a mag innovation. And Belleby is really, the theory is sound. Some people don't like it. I think this theory is sound. I think it's good. I think it's good. Almost cost me a round last premiere. See? Ish good. I faced 2 Bellebys last weekend, beat them both the same way. All hail Battle Trick Galaxy. See, and that is the key, is that this card does die to like simple things like Galaxy Champ, right? Ultimately. But it is a nice tech. This is true spice, realistically speaking. And then finally, the real spice of the format is Brulok's absolutely insane fire discard list. This is a Brulok list and a half. And what I mean by that is we can look at the standings from the previous tournament. We can try to scroll down a little further until we hit Brulok in our dropped section. Where is Brulok? Brulok, hello? What place did Brulok get? There we go, 48th place, been there. Playing the exact same list, just with Sandstorm in the side for some reason. What's the differences? Same main deck, different side deck is the key. Different side deck is the key. Brulok, you're my GOAT. For some reason you're playing Sandstorm, But this list is a list I do think is perfect for the first premiere. And the reason why is because it blows out of the water a lot of different stuff that you would consider to be like staples of the format, things we previously knew. What I love about this list, truthfully, is Up in Flames at 3 copies to take full advantage of Hellmelt, Rimscale, and the Soul Fury. And it's super sick. Love the inclusion. Comagma to cycle you cards, Smeltung to re-enchant to do it. In testing with this deck, this thing performed beautifully, or it didn't. And that's kind of the part of the classic Brewlock, is that like it did its thing and it does perform really well, and then sometimes it just doesn't, and you can definitely get hit up by that. It also doesn't particularly maintain card advantage, shocker, very well, and so it can be part of it. It's also not very spirit efficient. Like, I don't know what it is, but every time I was trying to play this deck, it was just like, oh my god, like the spirit, I'm just so low on spirits, but I'm constantly winning these exchanges, either in combat or inside of like baiting out PTAs, baiting out like altars, baiting out dice and gorgons and whatnot. Like, there is a lot of stuff about this deck that just does win to beating out these sort of 1-for-1 interactions and then building wide boards with things like Comagma and Hellmelt and using the artifacts to like maintain those boosting. Very, very strong, honestly. I think I like this deck a lot. The theory is super sound. And again, low end, high end, mass amounts of removal and nothing but tempo and pace here. Not even worrying about PTA, not even worrying about a lot of stuff. I think I would love to see Tsunami in the main, but that's like the only change I would make, truthfully, is Tsunami to the main, and then like tighten up some of the cards, maybe minus Smeltung, but even again, that can be kind of good. That can be kind of good, you know? Yeah, they Bellow Bead, and then I just diced my guy who's unaffected by counter runes. Oh, true, wait, true. Fire discard is super sick, still beating myself up for not getting Up in Flames when it was $5. How much is it now? Is it expensive? He's been on fire discard shenanigans since Up in Flames and Smeltung came out. He's been foaming at the mouth to play these cards. I had heard somewhere that Up in Flames used to be 1. Did stream go down, or is it just me? I think it's just you. It might be, I mean, unless everyone else tell me. I don't know. It's a good question. Just you? Okay, cool. Also, hello, Soren. Hello, good to see you. Hello, hello. The rumor is that Up in Flames is that it was 1 cost. Yeah. Yeah, Up in Flames used to be 1 cost is bonkers. And at the time, I used to be like, man, I wish this card was better. I wish this card was good. Now I'm just like, no. No, all removals need to be 2 cost minimum. Minimum. Like, the only one that's forgivable is Poseidon's Fury, because Poseidon's Fury is like so conditional that I'm fine with that card being how it is. Solar Burst probably needed to be 2 as well. Like, I love Solar Burst, but probably needed to be 2, I think. But Fury is not a 1 cost. Yeah, Fury is technically like is an X cost. Realistically speaking, it's like an X cost, you know? So, anyways, congratulations to Brewlock for winning the last premiere. But we have some lists to go over here for our newest premiere. And that is the July 11th premiere for our top 32. Now, again, for July 11th, the top 32 for July 11th, the last premiere, which Bo took the whole thing down. Congratulations to Bo. We have some highlights from Justin. We have Magnetonics making their return. Soren for top 8. Dimax coming in here. Kier, Julian, and the Atlanta Rabbits going strong inside of this one after so long. of not playing. It's awesome. How was the rest of my run? Honestly, the rest of my run was pretty good. The I made it. I won the next couple of them, and I lost to Delinquent in the last round to a super sick finish. So it was this board setup where it was like one back row, Hera, Mount Olympus, and a Jolton, champion of Hera. I had my Magneros and a Aepharos champ, and I had to out an Arcolith that had just come down by disenchanting from my Kuribus, and it didn't feel great. But what happened was, and I was put in such a funky position, and it was so rough. I had Locagon ascend over Aepharos, go into an Ambrosia to pop and target a card. Now I was debating: do I target pop the Hera? Do I pop the Jolton? Do I pop the set card? Like, what can it really be? And so I popped the set card because I'm like, I can't risk shield. I've been playing around shield this entire game, but I can't risk it. If there's a shield back there or something, I just lose. Delinquent chains the Chili mix, Achilles mix, the Dense Fog, to blank my OG Locagon's attack stats. So it pops the card, it's chains, I whiff this pop, and I'm like, oh god. No back row, I pass, and I'm like, I guess this will have to do it. Let's see. I'm pretty sure if this Locagon sticks, I should be fine. Delinquent goes, okay. I'm going to return a spirit, special cast out this Tadpuff, the Platypus. I'm like, okay. I'm following you. I'm good from there. Family of Hera, return, Hera return, normal cast Imperial. And I'm like, oh my god. I didn't see that coming, and I was just like, oh no, oh god. Very, very close. Again, there was like an Arcolith on field with like 11 attack at one point in time. Wraithatop was popping like OG Locagons and locks. Like it was great. Big fan of my last round. I was not going to ever convert into top 8, but a second top 16 with Fish could have been really cool. Otherwise, it was, yeah, I had a great time. GG's again. Honestly, I had a great time playing with you too. It was so sick. I liked playing against the Hera matchup with Fish because, like, I don't know, I feel like the decks are just, they do different things in the same way, and it requires to, like, different sorts of, like, decision points that are all meaningful. It was great. I feel bad. I can't believe I whiffed that pop. I don't think there was ever a good pop there except for maybe the Hera, but then I was definitely gonna swing and definitely lose to the Achilles Mist. I was definitely gonna lose to that. So it was like I was in such a tough position. I loved it. I loved playing through it. It was good. It was good. Yo, what's going on, Zero? I'm gonna say hi, Zero. Good to see you. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yo, what's up? Yo, Constellation. Hello. Good to see you again. Why do we want Hera's head? There's just too many of them out there. The problem is with Hera is that it's a good skill testing deck. You can build in a bunch of different ways. But man, getting double Heras out, that's just like Hermes. You're playing heal control. It's just over from there. Every single counter rune cost anywhere between 1 to 0. Messed up. It's messed up. The deck's not like unbeatable by any means, but man, messed up. Whole lot of fun. Best time I've had playing Premier. It is this format is by far the best format we've had in a long time. I'll say that completely. At least on the drive home, just did the demos at summer camp. Yo, that's sick. Was super hooked. That's awesome. That sounds like a lot of fun. Honestly, that's like one of the cool things to be able to do is like send out for sponsors for like the game side of things, or like partner with like some like programs to do some demos. That's cool. That's awesome. Is that why Julian said heal control is on the meta? Yes. Yeah, heal control is back because it's completely been co-opted by Hera. Completely. Yeah, a double Hera's rookie numbers. Bo, if it was legal, if I didn't know better, I would say that your ability to get like 4 Heras on board would be criminal. But just completely the average Bo board state. It's like 3 Heras plus a back row and just like going nuts, you know? It's awesome. It's so sick. You know, I'll say this too. is that like, yeah, Hermes isn't permanent though. I don't have a lot of time for hate in my heart anymore. That's not true. But I think it's so funny that it's like you Hera for 2 or 3, use Hera's effect once or twice, and then if it sticks around with like its 1 spirit left, now it becomes an infinite ambrosia maker. It's like an RTS game where you're like constantly just like in the background, you're like boop, 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 get 3 each turn. Like you start the turn off and you get a free 3 heal. For the small price of being behind the entire game. Like that's how Hera functions. Hera's like on the cutting edge of glory always. And then as soon as the turn starts again, okay, we're back. We're good. Okay, oh my god, we survived. Okay, now we're back. We're good. Oh god, we're survived. Okay, now we're back. We're good. And that was like the entirety of it. It was so silly. Both ends of burn and heal are toxic. Agreed. Fun fact, in one of my games, I mulliganed twice into a mediocre hand, was losing the entire game, got put on 0 spirits with Hera on field. Over the next few turns, opponent put me on 0 spirits every turn. I got the second and third Hera out to eventually win. Yeah, turns out when you can like afford to do that, you can just go into degeneracy every turn by going like, yeah, I'll heal 1, pass. And then it's like, okay, I'll swing 1, okay. And then it's like, all right, I got another Hera out, heal 2, and it's like, yeah. And then it's like, yeah, Ambrosia. A free Ambrosia every turn. And the crazy part is if you could sit on like a 5 body that they couldn't out, plus 2 Hera, you were like, all right, now we're back to start. Can we play the game again? It's so funky. I love and hate it. It's effectively negating board pressure. Yeah, you have to, like, Space Pop makes a good point here, and I do want to say the one thing about Hera is while it's extremely powerful, it's not insurmountable, and one of the big ways to do that is to remove the Hera resource loops. Always removing Hera is correct, 1, and then 2, to offset the amount of heal that happens, you do have to have an immense amount of board pressure to keep up. But the balance is that Hera can also mount removal and also their own board pressure in retaliation. That to me makes Hera a little bit imbalanced, to where like the weakness of Hera is supposed to be that the dudes are small, that like you aren't necessarily going to be able to like control space very often, but that's just not true, because you can control the board and control space and create very slow games where you're equalizing out, and then now all of a sudden it's like, oh, I win. You have to be able to pop it, but we took the best ways to do that with Eruption and the Moth deck. If you don't have a way to deal with Hera, you're just going to be fighting up a hill the entire time. Yeah, like you have to kill Hera early and fast, and if you don't, you'll lose. It's a game. It's not a game of inches. You will not win the grind game versus Hera. You have to risk losing immediately. And this is the frustration with Hera. Just saying, is that because you are forced into a position to respect the deck and also make bad plays, then what you have is the problem is Gorgons, Shield, and the other control cards that Hera will just win on. So it's a very, very interesting dynamic where you are now playing always uphill until you aren't, or they are always losing until they aren't. And it's like, it gets so funky and tricky. I'm like, I love Hera, but I also hate Hera. It's awesome. It's a beautiful relationship. Yeah, the other ways to win is something like get out a 3-drop and just being able to deal a whole lot of damage like Centaur. Well, get out a 3-drop, hope they didn't draw their removal, and also like play around shield. That's partially why I think Celestlio is pretty decent into it, because you can just like consistently pop everything and just like apply pressure and consistently remove their stuff. So I don't know. Again, it's really fun and cool. I don't know. All right, starting out though, top 32 of this most recent premiere. We're gonna go over these top deck list for this premiere. We have a considerable amount of decks to look at. Actually, let me close out of the Brewlock list. Skids, Lakritzi, Cthulhu. This is Cinder Shade. Close. Adams, close. And this one is, I think this one is Gibby. Yeah. Gibby and also Dweebish. Cool. All right. Let's talk about the July 11th most recent premiere. We're going to have the top 32 decks. Again, I would go over the other decks, but I feel as if this is going to give us the best look and round into the premiere and some of the decks that are topping right now, things that are going to be effective into the meta, as well as innovations that top players are making compared to the last one. And we'll see if we can find a consistent through line between them, because we're also doing like a somewhat of investigation with this sort of premiere and seeing if we can find consistency throughout the deck building that I think exists personally. So this is more of an exercise for me, but y'all are exercising with me too. So congratulations. There's never a format where everyone is satisfied. There's always a deck to complain about. Ain't that the truth? Control decks suck, especially one that has, in theory, infinite healing spirit resources. Agreed. At least foxes, you could grind them out to where they can, lose to themselves. Veritalk will come out of the remnant. Those rabbits and ridges won't be able to hide. I do mess with Veritaqua as an option. A side deck or a main deck option, I do mess with it. Honestly. Blizz is back, baby. I heard Blizz good. So let's take a look at these decks real quick. Number 32. With Froned, aka Millmaster Mike, rocking up with Celestlio Turbo and the champions of Ares decks. This is cool. Wait a minute. I was thinking about this deck list a little bit ago where I was like, I feel like there's a good deck here somewhere. Like you're just like adding a billion cards off your Nebleo, your OG Nebleo. And then your champion of Aresine Nebleo to search out like your big 3-drop Celestlio, or your Equilinx effectively for Leo Bright. Like this is cool. Cool deck. I don't love Cockray, by the way. I don't love Cock, but like I can tolerate Cock a little bit. Lumaru is the best card in this deck. The Lumaru loop of going Battlegrounds, enchant to Lumaru to Nexus to Battlegrounds, disenchant to ascend into Ruminous to disenchant from itself to add like a Breeze of Zephyros, which is kind of cool, or a Guardian of Light, or Reinforcement of Ares. This card is super, super slept on. Just saying this card is slept on, and I think it's a really good little card to get out to like Nebleo clearance for like your Celestlio, which I like. I also think this card's really strong. I think the magical Christmas land of being able to like attack everyone's Elestrals and also not have it be shielded is cool, but I don't know. Hot take, Armory is the best Ares Stadium. Cockray is still the best Ares champ. It's high skill ceiling. I think high skill ceiling in a game where like battle is more focused, but we're still not quite there because there's so many cards that take tempo via battle. So sure, you can attack with Cockray, you can make it real tall, but because of the limited actions and nature of Elestrals, the big thing is that you put down your Cockray, you make it go big, and then it's like, it's not going to do damage to you unless you like have massive amounts of spirits on it, or there's no Spirit Piercing in here, which is crazy. But like you have the Spirit Piercing and you're just like, you can do damage to it. So you're it's hitting one dude, maybe it's doing 2 damage, and then you can just Earthquake it. You can just Restings it. You can just Shield it. You can just Ouroboros it. You can just Tsunami. You can just Alter. You can just PTA. This card loses to every single counter rune in the game, except for Gorgons. It doesn't really care about Gorgons, but it's just because it's not like you're not Gorgonsing that card. ramp spirits to the board, it ramps them to your artifact or stadiums, right? So technically it's Coliseum and it's maybe technically Ornament, but it's not, I don't think it's anything else. So it's like this card is good and a really strong 1/0 removal, but my problem with the Champions of Ares deck, in the same way that I think my problem with decks that aren't specifically like Fives or Hera or Fish or Hera, is that you're going tall for no reason. At least Fire Discard, if it hits over something, you can pop additional cards, meaning that's like you get additional resources for lower spirit investment than this. But ultimately, like my problem with the Champions of Ares list is even like Ruminous, which is an incredibly cool loop, an extremely strong combo, just dies to every counter rune. And that feels, or removal, and that just feels bad. What about Guardian of the Fleece? I mean, this card's good. I like this card a lot. It's just not realistic. Unfortunately. Unfortunate. Because it's so good. My favorite sleeper card from this premiere was Rock in a Hard Place. Oh, I love the Rock in a Hard Place from this premiere. And exactly, actually, you know what? That came up a lot. You'd go like, you get like the 1-to-1 ratio was killer. I love Rock in a Hard Place this entire premiere. I feel like it should have been OG Celestlio there. ROA bring out the champ under the Coliseum that has 2 spirits and ascend over the OG Celestlio for Tell and Pop. I think there is a world where you do that. You don't play this one, and yet you play like the package of 3/3/2, and then you like might play Lumaru, you might not. I think you make like an Ares Apollo for Tell Solar deck, which I did play against, which I think is pretty cool. Guardian is good, but it's super telegraphed. Yeah, it's like the balance, but I do like it. Guardian control is real somewhere because of like you target and control a card in the opponent's field is a really cool prospect. If this card was more consistent and didn't require like an insane spirit investment, I think this would be a better option. But the fact that it's like 1, 2, like if you have Ares and it's 3 technically, but we'll say it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spirit investment for just one single like pop, kind of, is insane. So I don't know. Breeze is super inspired here. Love me some Breeze inside the deck. Altar is really cool. Triple Ornament of Ares. I think this deck list cooks and definitely can use some refinement, but like overall, it's super solid, honestly. On an airplane, looking forward to your evaluations. Hey, what's going on, Serge? Yeah, good to see you. And welcome in. Safe travels, by the way. Hopefully it's going well. 2 Helios on the side. So Armory, similar to what Graveshift was talking about. I think Armory is pretty good, honestly. The one thing about Armory and Helios is like you create this fun scenario where you just have like Helios is now like pretty shield immune for the most part. And the fact that you're just like constantly protecting your bodies and have like this cool like loop with the shields and the spheres and the Helios is really nice. Personally, Guardian is good in the Fire Artifact because you're always gonna have something empowered 1-3 games off it during the June 28th. I think in the Fire Artifact deck there's a world. I do think there's an Ares Artifact deck with the Fire that I still haven't seen pop up, and maybe it's just not super viable because of the spirit math, but I think it's really cool. Side deck wise, Shield on the side is interesting. I think Shield main. This format is a Shield main format for sure. Divine Blessing I think is cool in this list. This is a good side deck option. I think that's solid because of the amount of spirits you're always gonna have on board. I don't think I would do three Armadon. I know Armadon is solid, but I've actually come to like less Armadon because it feels like after you get Ares online once, you can just do its thing and keep it around. I'd rather this card be something else personally, but I get it's strong and you can add it off the Neblio, which is cool. Yeah, sad to say I missed the sport chance, but I'll be there. I'll be home tonight. Oh, let's go! But also, hey, yeah, we missed you there too. The Lone Star pack breaks. The store championship went hard. We'll talk about actually a fun surprise that we'll save for later. Fun fact. Spirit Math is so brutal for this Fire Solar hybrid. I feel like it's there though. It's right there, but yeah, Spirit Math wise is kind of rough. But that's gonna be Froned, Mill, Master Mike's Solar list. Some things I like about it is that like you're experimenting with the Leo Bright, the Nebleo stuff. I think this is I think we really need to cook as a community for this stuff. I like Breeze solid. I think as well. Reinforcement of the Ares is solid too. Like that one as well. Yeah, I think this has the bones of something really strong. I'm surprised Mike wasn't on Mill. 7 Shadow. I played against 7 Shadow in, I want to say it was either the last premiere or this premiere. They had an unfortunate brick round where they were just like not seeing dudes or counter runes for one of the for our time together. And I want to say it's also because it was pretty evenly split. It was like all dudes or all counter runes, which makes sense now looking at their deck composition. Things I like about this list. 1 Viscerus is pretty cool. I think the idea of going 2 Viscerus, 1 Viscerus, like OG Viscerus stuff is solid. But I just think Firestorm Viscerus is, it's just like, I'm just so sad. I'm just so sad. I wish this card was better. It is cool though, the other Viscerus and not being able to be affected by counter runes is cool. I wish though that this Vis came out in attack, because then it's like, this card being unaffected opponent's counter runes is sweet because it comes out and it's like, can't be PTA'd, which was a problem, but yeah, I don't know, it's kind of funky. Cool card though, and I like the Vis package here. Obviously we talked about the Havocub Cyprong stuff when it came to Cinder Shades list 2. And they're also on the Centarbra line, so they're going like triple win condition here with Centarbra, Latagon, Pulveror. Rise from the Shadow is also huge, honestly. Side deck, we have Thyrsis, Laurels, and Ouroboros. Again, move that Laurels to the main deck. Main the Laurels. I think decks need to play as much removal as possible. And I think you can kind of get away with it here because you have Cyprong, and you kind of have Viscerus. But it's like, imagine in this list, you just slap Laurels up top. Maybe even slap in like Cryoblast. I think you could fit in Cryoblast pretty comfortably for certain matchups, but the potential Elestral strikes again. Low key, kinda, but again, perfect side deck card. The most amazing side deck card of all time. Argo package on the side is also kind of interesting. What's Firestorm Vis doing in here? It's interesting, right? I like Firestorm Vis particularly, but I don't know. I'm a more bigger fan of just give me the OG. Give me the OG Vis is nice. One thing too about this strategy that I think is good, and by the deck composition, is that here, like, check out your tempo cards. You have Gorgons, which you obviously need. You have 3 copies of Shield in the main, and you have Dice and Tsunami. So here's the 2 things. All the tempo cards are either going to be removal or they're going to be battle focused, right? The thing about battle in this current meta is that it's so important for keeping up advantage and keeping up pressure. And so the big thing you come across that I have found in testing is either you're equalizing the board down with removal in such a way that you're now winning, or you are now just outpacing your opponent by saying, I'm going to shield your stuff and get your guys off the board, and that way I can take back tempo and pressure, and shield is my way of keeping it on there. Like, I don't care if your dude's big, I don't care if you're doing stuff, I don't care if you're casting, because we're not having to stop the big combo plays anymore, but where you are having to stop is battle. And because of that, I think it is a little weaker to go into Pulveror. I think it is a little bit weaker to go Latagon, even though Latagon's a pretty good option because it might snipe the shield, might. But the big thing about being committal with your 2-drops and your 1-drops is that, to me, you have to be able to say, I have now 2 bodies that are hard to out. Because shield is effectively a fault tolerance check. Does that make sense? It's like you have 2 different Elestrals. Both of them could be shielded, but in theory, the correct attack sequence means that you can walk away with a favorable exchange. And if you are just putting down 1 Elestral on the board every time, you will always lose to shield. I think decks, then the best decks in the room are decks that can play around that in a meaningful way, or play through it, a la popping cards, a la not being able to return back to hand, a la like what's it called? Other ways of keeping board pressure after your turn's done. That makes sense? And so I think that's why shield is so necessary. Dice is also pretty similar, but a little bit different, you know? Cards that generate value when they get bounced like searchers could be kind of cool. I mean, that's the Nimbug line, absolutely, right? But yeah, so 7 Shadow, solid Dionysus list. Dionysus is a deck that is playing very low to the ground right now, but is still a very strong force, and it's probably the best low to the ground strategy we have. That's not trying to do something like spam and fish and do something crazy. Centaur September is a little bit much. So I'd probably say for this one, it's just like, you know, pick a win condition and then maybe pick like runes and dudes. Like you gotta kind of clean up the different back and forth. But I do like it though. I think this is solid side deck too. Resting to the main deck, I think for sure. Dice is so funky to me, but obviously really good, especially with Havocub here. It's kind of different. Yo, what's going on, Ra? Hello. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I'm here with my pitchfork after losing to my friend drawing Earthquake or Laurels. Play testing 4 turns in a row. Yes. Yes. Listen. The best decks right now cards are similar to Shield. Can play through this card. God, is it annoying. Special casting, good? Oh, I know, right? Right? All right, moving on. Win the Scent, previous Premier GOAT, taking down the Moth players and leaving us with, I think this is a very similar deck to one they were running last time with the Reforges. This is so far our highest placing Krakatuga, and I think it's good. You know, it's a solid deck still into the meta, but I think personally, with the amount of Hera going around right now, one thing that made Fire better in the last premieres is that it could steal games with Eruption. I don't know about you, but like Hera being everywhere just means that this card is definitely not as effective. It's just not as good with Hera everywhere running around. But it is still solid to keep in and to loop with stuff. Krakatuga burn is where you get into that, but Krakatuga I think is also still then like very susceptible to like removal, building tall, and it can be pretty expensive to do. So overall, you're just like come back in, and then there you go, you heal back, right? There was a really fun exchange that was Vo versus Kryber in the semifinals where Bo went Imperial, Kryber went Gaze, EQ, Imperial. Bo went Gaze, EQ, second Imperial, Kryber scooped. See? Happens all the time. It's this game is just a Gorgons check. Do you have the Gorgons? If not, I win. And the best decks in the room can easily do that. That's not true. It kind of is true. Sometimes. I'm really curious on the whole Blizz is back. It's actually true or a joke. I want to play my pet card so much. No, it's actually apparently did pretty well from my understanding. I don't know, on stream it did well, and I think Justin actually lost to someone in Swiss to those I was playing Blizzstrix. It's kind of cool. Is Crack a trap now? Yeah, Eruption's 2 jobs are to snipe a game if your opponent is randomly at 2, or to trigger a Krakatuga pop. Yeah, and I feel like because of the lack of destruction for popping Heras and whatnot, Krakatuga I don't think is necessarily a trap, but I do think that it can be very both frustrating to deal with, and also just like you're very trusting in the way that you're also burning yourself down without adequate way to heal, which is of course why I think that the Reforge makes a lot of sense here. And it's very susceptible to removal, just whichever one's running. So like you get out, you burn 2, you're down by like 5 or 6, and then you get this thing Laurels, or you get this thing like shielded or whatever, and that can be kind of rough to deal with. So I don't know. Love me Lavalith though. Champion of Estus is super sick. Crazy good card there. Side deck Corvusmith for the extra burn. Galaxy Champ good. This is really good into fire artifacts, which is strong. I do like that quite a bit. In general, I think this card was performing all day, which is solid. Shield on the side. I gotta put that shield in the main. Shield in the main over the chains, because this is also a thing too, to the point that Krakatuga becomes a trap. I think something along the lines of this. is now chains and Krakatuga, or allowing your big power plate to go off, is protected by chains, but chains could have been a card to keep tempo, and I like that a little better. Hot take, the Blizzless were not good because of Blizz, Sloth, and the counter runes carried hard. I agree. Actually, I think that's partially why I like it so much. But win the Scent, win the Goat, the previous champ coming back here after all this time, trying again. Oh! Who's that? It's me! Okay, so one thing I didn't note about the last premiere on the June 28th is that right around 13th place, here's your boy, and here's talking about Brewlock, and meanwhile I'm like, you know, kindred spirits, because quite literally, I do nothing one premiere, and then go crazy the next premiere. So Fish was like a test in the last premiere. I'll talk about Fish for a little bit, because we will see Fish come again. But I don't know if I was the sole Fish player in the June 28th premiere, but I'd like to think so. Definitely not true, but I'd like to think so. And outside of just testing, because this performed, like, I didn't really test the June 28th premiere, not really. It was like kind of just a meme being like Fish best deck. And I ran my almost identical list that I was running in Japan when I played for the May premieres for Livestream, except for I added Eddie, Kuribus, and of course the side, this Eddie in the side deck, which I had not read before. I did the dice draft with PK, and the dice draft with PK was so funny to me because it was like, he did this thing where he like he's set everything, and then he special out Kuribus, and I was like, oh, that's what this card does. I didn't realize, and I didn't read it, that's a change every Elestral's position. I completely not. I side decked the Star Bits, which was just vibes. And then of course the side deck master, Ouroboros. But the Patroclus's dice, something I was testing out in this list, and similarly the MVPs of the day were Eddie and Rockin' a Hard Place. Massive amounts of removal, massive amounts of everything, just going absolutely crazy. I then also side decked the Earthquake and the Laurels, which I think is really funny because that definitely should have been in main. So fast forward to this most recent premiere, in which we had my new deck list, which is the exact same thing. The exact same thing, except for the side deck's different, and I'm putting Laurels in the main deck. We're going crazy mode. Yeah, dice went pretty hard against you. I got caught so off guard. Okay, hold on. I have to shout out what I lost to against Ari. Like, because this would give a, like, look at this list. What is this? But like, Aviolith as a 4 for bait to swing into dice is what I got by, and it was so sick. I'm like, that's so smart. Oh no. Because you like, you're in a false sense of security with the 5, you swing into the 4, and you're like, I'll just win this exchange. What a bad card. Haha, Aviolith. And then it's like dice, and you're like, it was crazy. And to small shout for Ari's list, this is what I was kind of talking about, I think a couple premieres ago, with like a potential like wind aggro deck with utilizing the Exaltair to grab Island and making your dudes huge. And then I think that's actually super solid. This is really nice. This is really nice. Pentempo, the Ari special. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yo, what's going on, Jack Game? Hello, good to see you. Hello, hello. This, yeah, a big fan of this one. So this deck is sick. I want to try this deck out a little bit. The Ari special too, by the way, is Synectar PTA. Like tempo, this is just tempo cards and a half, and I'm like, as soon as I saw, I can't remember what it was. I think I saw something along the lines of like the Aviolith, the Synectar, and the Exaltair in the same list, and I'm like, all right, what are we doing? But it was pretty solid again. Ouroboros, the side deck master, and the sauce. Some sauce here with the Veritaqua, which is not unheard of, as Ari has been known to violate the Tukas, the Verus before. And this card is solid into like the Hera matchup. Is pretty clutch, honestly. Veritaqua was good for hitting out those defensive bodies that are just trying to stall out the game a little bit. And eventually Verituka could also be part of the way too. But this card's good. This card's very good, I think. And if Hera wants to sit on its like silly little guys, then I got a silly little guy for you. So very solid overall. Again, I really like the Ari Pentempo list with Aviolith too. Solid. And so I started to run back this tournament with Fish. I initially wanted to take my notes and play my Magneros in the main deck. I didn't, and I think that's fine because frankly, I played a decent amount of Hera, and Foamy was good and is pretty decent into Hera. This card I think is good, and just setting up for your Eddies and setting up for your Fish plays, very solid. Lockagon, I should have played more Lockagon. I prioritized the Eddie and Kuribus lines with Rock in a Hard Place, which still went absolutely crazy, by the way. It's like the SpongeBob Bubble Boy episode where it's like stop on your right foot, don't forget it. It's like that, but with Rock in a Hard Place. Triple Rock in a Hard Place, don't forget it. This insane card. And I think that was what I was prioritizing before, but honestly, Kuribus was not like that good for me. It was strong and did its job and it did well, but it didn't overperform like the last premiere. And so, but Lockagon was crazy last premiere, Lockagon was crazy this premiere. It was just good. This whole little lineup and setup was very, very solid. I would have loved to see, and this is partially how I know that Lockagon returning to 2 or more copies, borderline unbeatable, frankly. Yeah, Kuribus heal 5 off Arclith was awesome. And see, that's what this card's made for. It feels so good, but it feels really bad in like that position. If I had another bank out, then I think it was like we were big chilling and a half, but man, it creates such like interesting little cool scenarios. Still old or new Kuribus, not necessarily utilized, but it's whatever. Still Necklace, still Harmonia. We got the resting in the main. Galaxy was actually much better this time around than it was last time because a lot of Hera players would play slow and then you could just go Galaxy and like swing slow back, right? Which is partially what the Eddie theory is good for too. And again, main deck, we main deck 2 PTA, which we didn't in the last premiere, but we did this time to keep up tempo and to mess up with like the 5 defenses strategy. And then 3 shield because of tempo. This is just a very basic Fish list and it's actually super solid. So I like this one a lot. Side deck King, Ouroboros, side deck Master. I did never side in Monsoon. I did side in Tsunami. I never sided in this card. My side deck was mainly like adding in these 3, the side deck Master, the Magneros, and the Eddie. And then every so often I'd add in an Ambrosia, I'd add in a PTA, added in the 3rd Tsunami. It was kind of difficult, but I don't think Lockgun actually has a good side deck, personally. Because everything else is just good in main. Like, what do you want? Like, the Fish are solid. So, overall, pretty okay. Not super happy about my performance because I thought that Fish would have done a lot better, personally. But I also just had some bad beats, and I had some really strong games and matches overall. Like, I don't think I'm upset about my individual play-by-play, and I wasn't frustrated at any point in time. Like, the games were fun and are interactive. And I definitely felt like they were winnable. But man, I wish Fish performed better. There was a secret deck that I actually took to my store championship that actually I wish I would have played instead. And we'll get to that one later. So we'll see. Monsoon into Hera sounds good. Stop the healing for a turn, right? Like you stop things for a split second and then like put them on pause is nice. But then similarly, Dense Fog was for Sloth. But I don't even think that's good either. So, I don't know. Either way, good job, Swolax. You did a great job. You're so cool. Ooh, I haven't seen this list. I heard about it on stream, and I missed the match. What do you mean? Dude. Wait. Yo. Okay, well, one, we're for sure getting Cactobral support inside of the next set, right? We're getting Cactobral champs and Cactobrum champs. But, dude, I love this card. I love the Cactus cards and like, straight up, like, this is so cool. When your opponent, for those of you who don't know, who weren't around, who didn't notice that this card is one of the the worst cards inside of the game just because it's not that good. Like, its stats weren't great. It's a cool, cute card. It's someone's favorite, but man, it did absolutely mess all. But Cactibral. Cactibral is a 1/2/1 Earth cost Elestral that says when an opponent activates a counter rune, you can disenchant Earth from this Cactibral in order to negate that rune. When a player casts Sandstorm, you can special send this Cactibral from Cactibrum to from your deck or hand, which is cool. And then Cactibrum brings stuff back, which is nice. So what I like about this card is you can Dougie dump Cactibral and then get Cactibral on your next turn, cast out the Cactibral, and then play like a little slow control deck with things going on. One Bloom. This deck list is so inspired. Wow. Wow. Okay. And the Cactibral on the side. You must be joking. You're crazy. This deck list cooks so much. God, this is the problem. I shouldn't be encouraging like bad cards and bad like deck building, but this is cool. That's the problem is I'm pog champing off Bat Chest. You'll get me every time with it. You'll get me every time with Bat Chest cards like Bloom, Cactibral, Cactibrum. Like, the reason why is because truthfully, I'm so tired of seeing the same cards over and over again that when we see finally something new, I'm like, oh, delicious. Some real food. This is some chefery right here. Centaurber and Satember for like the backup, like a backup win condition is super strong. Earthquake in the main deck, I would love to see that. Laurels, no Laurels in the main deck. I would love to see Laurels come in strong inside the main for more removal. Shield of Achilles for tempo, Tip for tempo. Dice is pretty good. I think Dougie in a Dice deck makes a lot of sense and is very, very strong personally. So you love to see it. Synector, PTAs, and the one Bloom to Nexus to enchant to like Dougie is strong. I like that. I like that a lot. Base set cards make something then fire. Fire monkey part of my brain. It's just good. It's just like, yes. Ooh. Yeah, my God, it's the stinkiest Kawaki Miru Guardian I've ever seen. It's so true. This card is so sticky. It's so kind of feels bad, but it is very cool, regrettably. And top 32 with Cactibral is, I would have popped off. This is cool. This is super sick. Cyprong as well, good card. Fully Forest, again, recycling stuff with Dougie. I like Dougie as a rabbit as well. Like the idea is that Earth has like a cool rabbit versus what we were doing in Earth before, which was just rabbit. But the fact that you can enchant Eddie and then now grab the cards that you milled is super sick, actually. Yeah. Oh, you're so right. Wait a minute. It's yesterday's cards. Wait, you're so right. True. God, that's so true. That's awesome. That's so true. It's so right. Bloom is a great inclusion here. Side deck's a little messy, a bunch of one-ups, but I guess it makes sense because you're just trying to like give extra copies back to everything. Side Nectar, Poison is the main. I think this could be there. I don't know. Hopperoo already existed. Also, Hopperoo is the same side of the different coin. I think that Dougie and Hopperoo belong beautifully in a deck. And I do like Hopperoo very, very much instead of an Earth strategy. There could be room for Hopperoo in here. I personally don't love the Centaurber, inside of this list, because I think the idea of going for Dougie, Dugabus, and then like a control with Cactibral, these cards don't really scream to me. You can now get out the Cactibral, but going for like Hopperoo and like a little guy strategy, I think could work out really well. So love that. Dougie grabbing any single Earth card in the underworld is like sick. Love that. And getting cards like just kind of crazy. So I'm a big fan of this one. Yo, Gamer Man, hello, good to see you. Sandstorm adding is also pretty solid. Romantis can take control of the game single-handedly. I wish Romantis was better. I think Romantis is a really sick card, and I want to see what the champ versions can do of Romantis, because those were spoiled, or not, they were hinted at Worlds. And so, like, I think that this card into like a turbo out is really sick. I would love to play a Romantis list. That seems so fun. Give me a good Romantis and I'm in there. Don't listen to Swole. He just wants you to play 5s. Wait, true. Wait a minute. You're telling me Dougie goes in defense? I don't like that. I want Hopperoo going forward. Attacking in. True. Inspired Cactibrol. Lunars. Playing a, let's see. Oh, let's say Cryoblast on the side. Catabasis on the side's pretty good for those fire discard decks. Out again, rest in Laurels to the main, Shield to the main. Is that a Witten jersey? Absolutely. 82. Actually, it was a gift from like a long time ago. I'm not even particularly that big of a Cowboys fan, but I do like, but one, it's super hot. And this jersey actually feels pretty good to wear. I'm not gonna lie, it feels nice. It feels very nice. And okay, this is the real trick. I've been getting bigger recently. And so like, part of that is because this jersey is like a big size, I can now fit the shirt. It's like, woe is me. But like also like, feels good. And Witten the GOAT. Witten's one of the best tight ends in NFL history for sure. When the Cowboys were good. Appreciate the feedback. Swole worked with what I had in terms of Sandstorm stuff since it had been out. I've been out for a while. Happy to make top 32 with Cactus. Kind of what I want to explore more of the fun. Your deck list is so sick. Like I loved seeing the Cactus. I love seeing the innovation with the Dougie stuff. Like side deck's like a little messy, and that's really about it. Everything else seems pretty standard, and I like that. And overall, like it was so cool to see the Cactus stuff. The cooking with Cactus was real cool. Real cool. We doing top 32 and onwards from Saturday? Absolutely. Swole getting swole. For a while, I was losing a bunch of weight. I hadn't been to the gym in forever. I was traveling, doing stuff. So yeah. You went to Japan recently, right? Did you look for any clothes there? I did. I hit up the Uniqlo Classic because it's gonna be cheaper and half price there. I got a bunch of shirts there. I also got some shirts and some stuff. I looked at some things at some of the resale stores and really like the billions of malls there that were around. A lot of American street clothes and streetwear, which is funny because one of my friends who is like big into the style of fashion, like a lot of the places that we went to just had American brands because that's like a lot of the streetwear and sort of like the bigger clothes style that's really popular over there right now is just American imports. And so we were trying to find stuff that was like Japanese, like made or Japanese styles or created, but the big ones were mainly Americans, like a lot of FUBU and a lot of like stuff like that, which is hilarious. But the sizes are so small that I did get tripped up on the sizes. I have a Osaka Vessel jersey back there that is, I think, a 2XL, and that thing's also still kind of small. I wish I think, or maybe it's just a regular XL. We got there kind of late to the game. But I went to, we were in Ikebukuro in Tokyo for a little bit. And then we were in Osaka, or Hakone for a couple days doing a hot spring out there. And then we went to Osaka and Kyoto for a couple days at a time. And then we stayed our last week back in Ikebukuro, and then like we did stuff around like the more touristy things of like Harajuku and oh my god, I'm forgetting the name. The big crosswalk that's over there. Oh god. The real bougie side of town. Shibuya. Excuse me. But in Osaka was sick. We didn't go to Dotonbori and Akihabara. Yeah, we did do Akihabara. We didn't do the Shibuya. We did do Shibuya. We didn't do Dotonbori, and we really wanted to. We did go see the Bikuman, and then I'm trying to think what else we did in Osaka particularly. We went to there's like a bunch of like, we did go near Dotonbori, but mainly like the mall area that has like a bunch of like the street food. We went over there for a few rounds. We went to the Osaka Vessel game, which was super sick. When we were staying near, oh god, I cannot remember the other smaller city that we were in Osaka for that, but there was like and my mind's escaped me. I wrote it down like a journal that I had while I was traveling there, but it was a lot of fun. Yeah, Dunbury is super fun, but most for clubbing. Yeah, a couple of my friends went, and we were going to meet up with them one night, but we instead were just like hopping around doing the shopping, or we'd go to like some of the museums and kind of just like ping pong around. So we didn't have time to go back and experience more of like the true nightlife stuff. And the one time we did, we went to this like pretty good ramen shop that was over there, and we met there and kind of hung out for like a couple hours and then just went back to bed. But it was God, the food there was delicious. Everything was like so cheap comparatively. Man, it was awesome. I also figured out I'm not a really big I'm not the biggest figure guy. I thought that I was like, oh, okay, I'll like some things while I'm there and some animes and some stuff. And some of the figures I saw there, I'm like, oh my God. Not only one, some of them are pretty expensive, but also two. They got it was just so much. I'm like, oh my God. Insane levels of goonery out there. In ways that I never thought possible from the American spectrum. But it was fun. Shout outs to specifically Hard Off, Book Off, and Sudogaya. Bangers all across the board. The Sudogaya inside of the flagship one that we went to. I cannot remember that city. Now that I'm really thinking about it, wow, that one is completely escaping. We also went over there to hang out at one of the beaches and to go see like we could see in the distance of Fuji. But initially we were going to go there for some eel. One of my friends had looked up like the best eel shop inside of Japan, and apparently it was localized inside of this city that we're walking around on, a little more of the rural side. But there we saw probably the best Hard Off Book Off that we found in a long time. And then also the flagship Sudogaya was pretty killer. Anime is also pretty tight if you were into any of those. Yeah, the anime, I think we went to one of the animates and found is pretty solid. Honestly, that was kind of the crazy part to me is I thought that the weeb tourism side of things was going to be a lot more, like a lot of things I hadn't seen before. That's the crazy part, I think, about the globalization of like the anime cons and like a bunch of things over time, is living in the nerd space. I'm pretty sure, and maybe it's also my area of Dallas where I do have a lot of like specialty stores and access to those things. But even inside of Ami Ami, we like saw like a lot of things that I was like, oh, I haven't necessarily seen this before. This is a really unique thing that I would love to get here. I'm like, oh, I've seen this before. Oh, I can get this already, and it's interesting. It's interesting. Shinjuku? No, that's like a train stop. I'm trying to think of that. I'm trying to think of the city. Either or. No, Japan was sick. Hard to find really niche stuff. You got to find those second hard stores, the weird cheap stuff. That's why I think I like the Book Off and the Hard Offs, because you could find some really cool stuff. And then especially in like the more like offbeat areas where you're trying to find the resellers and the secondhand stores, you can find some really interesting things that are like, oh, this is cool, versus going to a like the like more touristy areas. Of course, they had a bigger section. Ginza, no, it wasn't near Tokyo. It was actually midway between Osaka and Tokyo. You know what? I can just Google this. I don't know why I'm thinking to myself, I don't have the power to do this. Sudogaya. Shizuoka. There it is. Shizuoka. Yeah. Nagoya. No, yeah. So we were in Shizuoka for like a couple days, getting some eel and just kind of hanging out. Yeah. Very funny too, because like each city is effectively also like in where we were staying more specifically was like different flavors of its own self, but definitely reminded me a lot more of how like the different cities are in America, like different levels of busyness effectively, which is fun. Cup noodles made with the Keurig. Fire. That sounds fire. I do miss the 7-Elevens. I do miss the Family Mart. I miss the Family Chicky. I miss the Sandos. I miss everything costing like 300 yen. Oh man, it's messed up. It's messed up. Cash being important there is also kind of funny. That threw me off quite a bit. Yeah, did you make it Fuji, Nara, or Kobe? Oh, true. Now we didn't make it to. We want. I think we want to try to plan a different trip where we do a little more of hit up some of the more non-city spots, I should say. And I think that's like the next big one. Some of my friends did go to Okinawa, but I think they want to plan a winter trip, and apparently we're not. Apparently you don't go to Okinawa in the winter. That makes a lot of sense, being like kind of more of a beach town, and of course like definitely like the bases and stuff on there. So it's not like it's like different, but it's same. I don't know. I missed the tuna mayo rice balls from 7-Eleven. Ooh. Oof, yeah. The onigiri there was crazy. I think the best food I had there, truthfully though, one of the best plays was, I think, I think it might have been in Osaka. There's also a really good bar food place in Shizuoka we went to. Where they had like an oden thing going on. That was also really solid. We did eat at like a soba place near the Golden Guy, which was hilarious because they put us down to like the basement somewhere. It was very funny. It was very, very funny. We were waiting in line for the Ichiran, and it was just gonna take too long, so we ended up popping out for udon, which was not as satisfying. I'll just say it wasn't. We could have just waited, but we were like trying to cheat the line a little bit and be like, oh wait, we'll go later. We had lots of izakayas. We hit a few. We didn't hit, like, most of the time it was because we were trying out doing stuff late and there was the only things really open, but we tried like a couple places, but not a ton. Mainly also because when we were just traveling like a lot. So we had like plans for a specific place to go, but depends. Should review the deck list from the player named Swolax, something like that. Yo! Hi, Helen. Everyone say hello, Helen. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Are you going to Fort Lauderdale? Or Columbus? I saw something along the lines that Hades Town is in theaters during one of the events that you'd be going to. Yeah, do you speak any Japanese? No, unfortunately not. I know a few phrases that, like, my friends who were there had like a few things down, and so I knew like the weeaboo anime stuff, but it's like the like wakarimashita or like the I understand, or like obviously the like translation side of things I could just do from my phone and like read it off in a way would be like kind of fine, or like what's it called? Gozaimasu, like the shorthand in between doing stuff, which was also kind of funny. I loved learning that, where it's like the goimasu for shortening it instead of saying like the long thing. So sumimasen, yeah, sumimasen, big one. And at one point in time I learned how much is this, or like how much. That's of course for shopping. But absolutely not. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't speak any Japanese, which is funny because I've heard it's actually not that bad between like Spanish speakers and like doing Japanese. Like the muscles you use to speak it, it's also pretty interesting. It's also pretty like similar. A recorded version of Hades Town will be in theaters in the same weekend as Fort Lauderdale. Ooh. Do you think they have it there? You think they're gonna have theaters there that are showing it? That could be an activity. Elestral's musical night. Oh, Pog. Ikura desu ka? Yeah, I'm probably gonna have like 7 Spanish/English speakers of like 4 people. Apparently, there's a big cross section. Part of that's also Brazil's fault. There's a big Portuguese to Japanese pipeline too, but that's also because of the diaspora of Japan having like the second largest population being in Brazil. Shoutouts to Miku. But either way. So we have our Sloth deck here. So Lunars is playing Sloth Morfrost, which I like in theory. I was wondering for a while what happened to the Morfrost strategy, and I think I played against someone, I cannot remember who I played against in round 3 that also had it. It could have been Lakes, I think. No, not Lakes. I think that was the last premiere. Right, yes, they were talking about those. Exactly. Eventually, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Elestrals both get to the point where you're just like, what was I talking about? And then it's like, oh, right. Yeah, because we're talking about something a little bit more interesting. Sloth good, Morfrost bad. Yes, completely. No, actually, never mind. Sorry. I don't agree that Morfrost is bad. I do think the ratios could be different, right? I don't think Abominable form is super necessary. I don't think Bat form is super necessary at 2. Like Lycan, Scorpio, the Terror package here, and specifically this list. Here is the interesting part to me. I think Sloth and Morfrost actually go in hand to hand like this, right? They're just like this. Yeah. Oh, actually, I missed that. Maybe that's why I was agreeing with you. I think Morfrost is good for Sloth because Sloth is missing going wide, which a lot of the other top decks can do. The nice part about Sloth and why Sloth is like such a good meta strategy is because despite the fact that its big glaring weakness is that it goes tall with like the big Sloth and Cryoverns and whatnot. The cool part is, and the good part is, it's the best at doing that over and over and over again. So to me, in my opinion, I think that having the Chimera forms and having like the Morfrost package in there helps it get a little wider for low spirit investment cost. But the unfortunate part is that like the other decks that have go wide potential lead themselves into their own game plan, and I don't think Morfrost plays super nice with Sloth because it's like Morfrost are doing their thing, and then Sloth's over here, versus Hera's over here, and Rhino's over here, Fish is over here, Lock's over here, and the overlap is a little better. Morfrost and Paleoth only share elemental synergy, but they don't necessarily share game plan synergy, which I think is part of the issue, personally. How do y'all feel about Sloth and the Morfrost engine versus Sloth and Dougie engine? I do think I like Dougie as a different type of engine, but Sloth and Dougie is pretty decent together. I like ascending Neander Sloth over the fodder to get the handout, and I think that can be pretty strong whenever you go over the Morfrost Lycan form that you revived off of the Chimera, and then Paleoth received a Frost and so on and so forth. But yeah, ratios wise, I feel like this is a little goofy here. Indus form is not terrible. I think Indus form is pretty solid in formats where Gorgons and Shield especially are pretty prominent, but it gets kind of dicey when like removal isn't in everywhere. So I don't know. I do like the concept. I think the extras are a little bit goofy here, but the side deck of Cryoblast, Laurels needs to go in the main. Shield also the main as well, and maybe Tsunami in the main. One thing I've been liking this format is Tsunami in the main quite a bit. So I don't know. I did see people play Cryovern and Cryoscorch stuff, or Cryovern and Cryoling stuff in their Neander Sloth decks to help like Sloth get like ascend over Sloth, do things, get Cryoling, get a second Paleoth, get to Neander Sloth. I think that's pretty cool. So I like the list. My big thing is maybe over-reliance on the Morfrost package, frankly. Viper. This is the deck list I was talking about. This list was the one on stream. This is the Blizzstrix Neander Sloth deck list. Check out the side deck. It's Magnetic Force Field. Ooh, I don't like that at all. I don't think Magnetic Force Field is good, and the reason why is because you can negate the effect of the eruption, but I believe the wording makes it to where you're not negating the cast. So Krakatuga still gets its pop. And you are doing like a reverse burn, but it's like not, it's like maybe they're doing 4 damage to themselves between either Krakatuga or Eruption. So yeah, it's the most trauma response in the game. Yeah, it's just like, it's back from a card design era where Elestrals had like some problem cards and they were trying to solve them by introducing cards into the ecosystem that were natural predators of the cards that were causing a problem, that were in overabundance. But it was introducing them in a way that would like, that was not eating out the lifespan. Does that make any sense? This analogy is just so classic Swolax. I'm just like saying nonsense and it's just like, does that make sense? Eruption are like the invasive species, and then we introduce magnetic force field to eat the new invasive species, but not enough of them to where it's going to mess up the population. But turns out that the invasive species also like adapt and then eat the new predators introduced into the ecosystem. Does that make sense? Am I losing it? Just ever so slightly. Oh, hi, Viper. Good to see you. So I like the Glacial Stasis. I don't love the Magnetic Force Field. We all love Glimbat. That's what I'm saying. Oh, it's considered to be, not considered to be casted. Interesting. Okay. Then that's much better than I thought in terms of its wording. Okay, so I like this list. When I heard that Blizzstrix and Sloth were going hand in hand, I think that's really interesting because of a couple of reasons. The first is that because Neandersloth can cast from hand or deck, and similarly Paleoth can cast from hand or deck, you do get that sort of archetypal synergy that I was talking about previously, where before they were sharing a spirit type, and this is similar, but now they're starting to share a little bit of archetype synergy. So we'll see. The Magnetic Force Field is negating the effect on the card, though. It's still cast, I believe. No, according to our resident judge. Yeah, that's specifically for invoked and counter runes, but yeah, Daystorm is right. Yeah. Thoughts on Chilotl versus Catarant Champ? So I actually think you should play both in Blizzstrix. Hot take: when I was trying to pilot Dugabis Blizzstrix, the best thing to be doing was still El Diablo. And El Diablo is it pains me to say it like that every single time. El Diablo. El Diablo is like still insane, and to maximize off of like Aspral, I think Chilotl is good for getting you into like avalanches and some key like runes. I love that they're playing Aurora Borealis. When this dropped, everyone had the exact same response. At this time of year, at this time of day, localized entirely within the Stream Clash. PogChamp. But I think that Catarant Champ serves a similar but different purpose. And I think there's a lot of cool things you can do with that. I don't know if that means you then play Iwooly, but I think your deck should play both. And in some capacities, if you can fit Dugabis in there, I think the deck actually works pretty well. I don't know if it's good by any means, but I'd love to try out a Blizzstrix Snowlit Dugabis deck that's playing the Chilotls, that's playing the Catarant Champ. I feel like that's pretty good. Yeah, it depends what you're trying to bin, but most decks want one, probably want the other. I think they can probably play this similar-ish. Oh, Kelly. That's funny. Why does YouTube do that? Why does YouTube say the name thing like that? It's like reverted itself to the @ names. I don't understand. we're first in the build, the Spirit deck felt gross. Yeah, I like the Neandersloth Paleoth has a little bit easier on the Spirit deck, frankly, because the other idea was that like how do I put this? The when you kind of forego in Blizztrix in general the Spirit deck, so you're just like, I'm just gonna let it rock and like let it ride, you know. And so Neandersloth also makes a spirit efficient dude that is just big and can now threaten responses. And once you get one online, you're chilling on Blizztrix as far as a big body goes. I loved seeing this drop, and it was such a funny little like thing to be like, Blizztrix in 2026. But I do think there's cookery here. I kind of forgot about Dugabis Blizztrix. I forgot about like the line. Neandersloth Blizztrix also fits in pretty well here too. It also gives like Neandersloth a follow-up play to do, because sometimes you're sitting on Neandersloth and you can't really do anything else. So it kind of lets you pivot into like a different strategy, which is cool. Alternatively, if you can just hit the natty Blizztrix, then you're goated. So that's nice. Blizztrix dice deck because you're milling. Let it rock. And Blizzard Whiteout, banger. Get your low end with like a Brummelinx champ, which is cool. And Frostix at 2 is kind of nice. I think that's sick because then you can bring out your Paleoths, or you bring back your Snowlits off of your mills again. Let it rock. So I think it's solid. I like it. Yeah, Dougie also needs more space for Earths to ascend into with the Abyss. The Earth's possibly worth recovering. And if you're putting it all, you probably don't have room for Blizz. That's kind of, yeah, you kind of have to do one or the other. Is kind of the idea, because you'll hit some but not all. It gets funky. I want to revisit the deck, honestly. Yeah, as the hard focus is rough, I like making the game end. I like making the game ended. Yeah, I think it's like, I do think there's a level of this deck has a, not a problem with focus, but it's like, Blizztrix has definitely needed more support. Frostmill has needed more support, and we kind of got it in Dougie, but it doesn't quite work. Sloth is close though. But yeah, after the shields are gone, after things are gone, like Neandersloth is super sick. And I don't know, this does like form a visceral response of like, if it hits, it hits. If it whiffs, then yikes. But it does have the requisite cards for tempo. It has the requisite cards for protection. It's got good follow-up. I think the theory, again, is very sound. Side deck's pretty solid, too, except for Magnetic Force Field. That's the one where I'm just like, what? But makes sense. So I don't know. It is funny, too, as like Sloth as a game ender, because it's like Blizztrix as a bait card is hilarious to me. Yeah, I need my Frostbird to take flight. I think that this deck is solid and is worth building around. Here, it's just slide a Morlith in this. Oh, yo. I keep on forgetting Morlith is limited, frankly. It's good. Snowshade gives us some more critical mass or resources. You know, here's the crazy part. I think that Snowshade could give us more Aspral champs. Because don't these cards scream Hades? Doesn't El Diablo champ scream Hades? Makes you think, huh? Makes you think. Also, Nixamera champion of Harry's, I think is champion of Hades is also very real. Nixamera Fallen Form champion of Harry's Hades is very real and can hurt you. Champion Nixamera Risen Form, champion of Hades can and will hurt you too. Because Athena's animal's the owl. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Snowlet, champion of Demeter. Oh, see, they sometimes be doing that. That's the funny part. That's the funny part, right? Like, they scream Athena. They could, champions of Athena could be really cool. I think that's neat. But they did, like, that was the really funny part. I think I remember what Elestral came out that I was like, it kind of broke my brain in a way that I was like, why would that be champion of this? And it's so funny. One of them is the champion Rhinosect, but I also understand that's to Rhinymph and Rhinosect to play with the Hermes Hades deck that's eventually to come out, because Shocker upon Shocker is like a Frost deck with the Hermes Hades like underworld manipulation shenanigans is like kind of part of it, you know? That's been like a long running theory. I need to make a video that's like not like that's like spoilers for Elestrals, but like totally chill or something like that. And it's like just things that have been that are in artwork or like speculation upon what they could be. That could be kind of fun to do, frankly. Hermes X Hades fanfic deck is gonna go crazy. True. Hermes puts Elestrals into the underworld, and Hades likes Skittles. I mean, sure, listen, you pop a couple spirits here and there, it goes nuts. I did think about a deck list with the Dugibus stuff that milled the Hermes Rhinosect to give it a +4, I think, or +5, 3, 2, 4. I think it's 4. What do you think about the feel? What do you think it feels like to be touched by Midas? Wasn't that the plot of Austin Powers? What was that? Wasn't that the plot of Austin Powers? Is gold member is turning everyone into gold? Gold. I want to say that was the case. I could be wrong. It probably feels something like that. Or for people who are really deranged and remember the Funny or Die sketch with Don Cheadle as Captain Planet turning people into trees. That's a deep cut, I'm sure, for like literally like one person or two people in the audience, but it was probably something to do like that. Tree. As an artichoke heart, you know? Swole, what are you talking about? Yeah. What is Unk saying? Correct. Armadon champion of Swole when? I love Armadon champ. I love my emotional support Armadon. Yowie Dice, I will keep the ball rolling. Between Gaze, Shield, and Patroclus. I'm just saying. Just saying. Alright. So, Vipers also like a lot. Moving on. Lakritzi is back with 2 copies of Gal Venom. 2 copies of Imperial. I think this maybe was at 1 before. Quackle. Quackle for 3 is kind of neat. And Platypulse for 3 makes sense. 2 high voltage still. 2 Family of Hera. I think this might be the exact same list. Arcolith, Boombat, 3 Thunderstorm, 3 Cryoblast. I think this makes a lot of sense. I love Thunderstorm inside this meta, especially with so many Divines rocking around. And then we have Cryoblast, though, with no Rhino. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Let me check and see if this is the exact same list as our 3rd place from last round. 2 Imperial, 3 Quackle, 2 Family of Hera. And then this is my list from last time. Gotta get rid of that. July 11th. I think this is the exact same list. I fear it's the exact same list. It is. Well, what ain't broke, don't fix it. Personally, I think that this deck, when you're playing the high voltage, when you're playing stuff like Family, I think you could just play the Rycerage inside the deck, and the Ryceros line I think could be really nice for this list. Otherwise, it's like this this makes sense to run back with. I do like the Galvenom. And again, Hera is just a solid strategy for this format particularly. So it's good. It makes sense. I would have loved to see Thunderstorm in the main over High Voltage just for some extra rune removal. I would love to see at that point too the Ricerage line to give this deck a little bit of like consistency boosting, especially going into things like Galvenom. Because what you can do is have the defensive option of the Ricerage down and then drop Galvenom as the strong like other card to start like poking, like a sword and shield sort of idea. And Imperial's a strong. Huge. Platypulse, huge. 2 Scepter, you probably only need one of these, but I get why you want 2 Scepter, realistically speaking. Oh, I see. I was like, what happened to the music? There we go. Cool. So, look at anything, chat, in the Elestral Discord. Uh-oh. Oh, no, Bo. No, no, no. Why not use bugs? We got Hop on 5s, Hermes, War Crime, Spiders, Wind Moth. True. Fire. Incredible. Dang, that's good. And true. When are we getting spider support? Give me Dynamite, like a thunder, the thunder spider. All right, Goat Skull, Earth Moth. Wait, Water Moth and Earth Moth could go hard. There's Flammomoth, Stratomoth, Wawamoth, and and Concrete Moth. Goat Skull rocking up with the exact same Morfrost build, similar Morfrost build, I should say. Oh, isn't Earth Moth a butterfly? See, that'd be a cool variant. We are missing a butterfly Elestral. Straight up, we're missing a butterfly Elestral. It's either going to be fire or it's either going to be earth, or maybe both. Maybe it's an Earth Fire Elestral or a Fire Earth Elestral, first of its kind. That could be cool. Or a Thunder Earth Elestral. We are missing those. Makes you think. All right, side deck master in the Ouroboros here, still chilling. Glacial Stasis. We have Cryoblast. We've got the Brummalinx champ. Morfrost in the side deck for the Terraform is kind of cool. So I like, again, similarly, I like the Paleoth Neandersloth list. I think that the Neandersloth decks do need 2 of the Neandersloth. Like, yes, when you get 1 in rotation, it's hard to break that. But sometimes, and just in case, I think 2 is perfect. You can even hard ascend into it if you want, or go double Sloth Madness sometimes. That's very easy to do. So similarly with the last one, I don't love the additional Morfrost packages. Shout outs to Cure and my misreading. But also I do like the idea of Morfrost inside of Sloth on some level. Going for the Chimeras and the Scorpios, I think are pretty solid. Indus could be okay. I don't hate the Indus. It's like a decent body to like snipe out back row in the meantime. Could be pretty decent. Especially inside like the keeping around stuff for the Nexus and Ascensions. Having Resting and Earthquake in the main deck, perfect. We love to see the extra removal. We love Shield of Achilles for tempo. We have Gorgon's Gaze. So it's like, one thing as we've been going through this deck list, more particularly, is that I think that some of the big staples of this format is massive amounts of removal and then tempo strategy stuff. And I think Pandora's Box also could come out for the Tsunamis or Cryoblast in the main. I think this deck could run the Cryoblast in main alongside the Resting and the Earthquake to make it that sort of like mass removal sort of thing. No Brummelinks inside the main deck either for searching the Boreas or like a Blizzard Whiteout, which is also nowhere to be seen. I feel like the Sloth combo is so strong, also because it can play around. It can play around the Nexusine of the Frost Spirit and play around the Gorgons with Whiteout. I feel like is one of the scariest things about Sloth, particularly, right? Because you think you have to stop this guy. But Blizzard Whiteout, which is not only searchable, makes it to where this card's now insulated because Blizzard Whiteout is as Frost Enchanted cards, right? I think that's so good. I really do think that's a big benefit of the deck, and I'm kind of sad this deck is not running it. So maybe instead of the 2 Pandoras, that could also be like the Blizzard Whiteouts, and then maybe we could decrease the Morfrost package for the Brummelinks package just to play a little bit of an extra low to the ground game. And play some like outvaluing stuff. I think could be also pretty solid, because the thing is you're doubling up with Glacial Stasis and Pandora's Box. I don't think you need to do that. Pandora's Box is just better than Glacial Stasis, truthfully, but Glacial Stasis is additional copies of Gorgons and Pandoras, and so it's like you don't really need to have all of them in your deck at the moment. I think, like, not right now, but they're cool tools to have for later, for sure. PTA, I think solid, but like Shield main, again, Shield main good. Ambrosia interesting in the main. This could probably be your Whiteouts now if you want to keep the Pandora's Box in. And then substitute a couple of these Morfrost packages or Morfrost cards for the Brummelinks champs. So then go into Blizzard Whiteout, I think is probably pretty good for that. So Anklo Champ of Demeter, I'm hoping. Next set, baby, absolutely. Ankylo to the top. So, yeah, Morfrost does kind of eat spirits. I could see Stasis as a cheaper version of P-Box. Yeah, right, that also is kind of part of it. Like, you're constantly having Frost Celestial, so I think Glacial Stasis could be really solid. The only unfortunate part about Glacial Stasis is that there's not a lot of decks that are currently special casting or ascending, like, except for Hera. And maybe like Kerbis, Eddie, just sliding that card, that engine in there like it's part of the team. This is really good against game plans. It's not great into like, it's good into the mirror. Actually, it's good into Sloth. Yeah, I'm so of two minds with this card. It will see a lot of good play though. I think this card is solid. Again, Blizzard Whiteout's good, so that's probably my only things about this deck. Sanguine Star, rocking up with, as I'm doing the glasses bit, Dugabus and the Earth Pile with a side of the side deck Master or Boros. You got the Fully Forest on the side, 1 PTA, triple Achilles mix. This is the first time we're seeing the Achilles mix, I think, inside the tournament. And this is a good shout. It blanks the Hera stuff, which can get very, very tricky to do. You know, Hera brings out Platypulse, Hera brings out the Scepter. Sometimes they're playing Mount Olympus. And so Dense Fog, and I learned this actually from Delinquent, like, does help really clear that stuff, particularly. So I like a Achilles mix from this this perspective. Yeah, really nice into Fish and Fartifact too. I think so. The only thing I don't like about it into Fartifact, even though it's, I think, still very solid there for sure, is that sometimes you are still just crashing with the full carries. So that means that the Tongs still gets to proct and still gets to like do its thing and pop cards. So I like this card though into that, because sometimes you're not doing that and they're using it in weird ways. And so often I feel like this card is there to make sure that your Riceridge as a 7 doesn't get got by the 8 attack Volcaries, just for a turn, which is, I think, okay, honestly. Is worth main decking for several decks? I think it can. I think Lunar can arguably do this and OG Dense Fog in a lot of capacities, because that deck's not really doing a lot of boosting or anything, so. Best card, Hopperoo, it's Attack Rabbit. So, hey, you're speaking Ari's language. I think Hopperoo is good. I've always liked Hopperoo, and especially like a slower format. I think Hopperoo is very solid. I remember in live stream playing this inside of the Titan list that I played for the Ruminous Rumble. And that deck, I think, was arguably my favorite deck of that format because it had so much stuff, and Hopperoo was so good for just adding a bunch of cards to hand. So, like, adding in Dougie into that mix that allowed you to go, like, Dougie and Hopperoo just gaining advantage either from your Underworld or from, like, your Hopperoo Foretells is really cool ramp when you really think about it. Like, the idea that you're utilizing Dougie to mill 3 and it's like, okay, let me add back like Earthquake or let me add back Thyrsus. And then Hopperoo is like, okay, now I had Dougie and Hopperoo, and Dougie's gonna sit there, Hopperoo's gonna go in and then get me some cards to ramp him to like Equilinx and Cyprong. The thing that I think is missing from this list is like, okay, let's do some checks. We're missing Shield as a whole, and I think Shield would be great for keeping up tempo. The Counter Rune Suite is kind of low. I do like Poison Nectar in the main as a like off guard pick, but I think this could be like part of Shield. 2 Alter is good. Alter was so strange this format, but for this tournament, but I do like Alter a lot. Alter is solid. Tsunami also could have been in here too. I think Thyrsus could have been like cut down to 1, or frankly none. Like, I don't think Thyrsus is particularly needed sometimes, but I like Thyrsus in concept. I don't love it overall. Like, that could probably have been the Shield slot right there. Because otherwise, like, this is, like, solid. I love Hopperoo Dougie combo. That's sick. How was 3 Dugabus? I might actually say Dugabus to 2 could be pretty good, but, like... But I get you want 3 because you want to maximize the Dougie pop ascend go nuts here. So I can very much appreciate that. Are we where are we with Sanguine? 23? Okay. We're still Grave Shift is 16. Okay, I'll remember that. But I like it a lot. Again, Dionysus is solid, one of the best low to the ground strategies inside the game. 6-7. Yo, what's going on, Trevor? I want to say hi. Sure, good to see you. Great job on the desk this weekend, by the way. Yo, Skids, hello. Bellowbee Supremacy, hope you're having a good night, Soul. Yo, good to see. Listen, Bellowbee's tight. People were saying Bellowbee was not it. That we were testing. I saw some people that were like, no, Bellowbee is not the way to go. I disagreed. I was like, Bellobee's good. Bellobee's good. Do we go either my decks yet? Not yet. We haven't gone over the new one. But we're gonna get close. Also, double top 16 from Majesty is pretty good, by the way. Bellowbee Tongs. It's good. It's good. It was a 50-50 TBH. Insane. Insane bit. Sure. All right. I think that Dionysus is solid. I love experiments with Dionysus. I love the Earth package here. And Hopperoo, I can't wait for Hopperoo to get more support. We know it's coming sometime soon. So we'll see. Oh, that's right. You were 17th. That's, oh yeah. Fortunate. Bubbling out. Hey, it's okay. I feel you. I feel you. Okay, Ruli. Oh! What are you doing here? You're supposed to be dead! You're supposed to be dead! Incredible. Also, Haboofin in here. Sick. And the Findust. Cool. And the Veratuka. I love seeing me some Veratuka innovation. Cool, cool deck. And the wind tempo stuff in the side. Shee. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get some water real quick. I'm gonna be right back, and we're gonna look over Ruli's deck list. I'm gonna leave y'all with of course everyone's favorite babysitter, and we'll be right back. All right, keys. No, no keys, no! All right, we're back. Okay, so jump scare and a half from the Ruli deck of 1 Nimbug, 1 Stratamoth. The Champions of Aeolus deck with double side prong is insane, but you're going Dionysus Aeolus deck for some like 5s removal is really cool. I love little splashes like this because it's like you're playing side prong to try to toolbox out stuff, which is really interesting. Your Haboofin line, double Haboofin line is so interesting here. I think this Haboofin is pretty solid, especially because like into Hera and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, their dude can't foretell. Is really silly. There's no Sandstorm here though, except for the side. I think honestly Sandstorm could be the main, because like if they go Riceros or Ricerage in defense, then you could go Sandstorm and just bounce it. What are they gonna do? Like into Hera, this actually is, I think, kind of sick. Now that I'm thinking about it. Oh man, maybe this does work as like a wind toolbox deck. Maybe this is where Moth Wind is not like within, is not within combo, but instead going to Haboofin heal. Biggest weakness is Cryoblast. Isn't that crazy? It dies to a 2-drop or ties to Cryoblast. This card really shouldn't die to Cryoblast. It really shouldn't. I forgot this card was even a 2. Isn't that messed up? I love Haboofin though. Haboofin's so cool. And of course, got our Fin Dust here. Let's see. I love P-Gust in this list. P-Gust I feel like is so necessary, and P-Gust remains one of the strongest cards in the game, period. P-Gust as well, I think being like the premier way to pop cards everywhere is just lost sometimes, especially within like the anti-combo meta. But I feel like especially nowadays, the format's slow enough to where P-Gust can be really solid. And I think we did move on from Moth a little bit too soon. I'm just hot take on Moth. I think this kind of list inspires me in this way. But I think there's a world where you play P-Gust control in Moth, and then also try to do like the Wind Pantera stuff. I think is also really solid. It's Pig. I'm saying, like, I think that's particularly why I like this list. Is it screams to me that P-Gust is like just the way to go. And there's a lot of moving parts here though. This thing is the big weakness of this deck, is there's so many different moving parts, and I can definitely see that this list gets a little bricky, especially because how many Elestrals you're playing versus how many counter runes. I like you're playing Monsoon for capitalizing off the Nexus stuff. I like that you're playing Shield for tempo. I love the Altar, of course, going to the P-Gust. Wind can play Altar comfortably. Some decks can't. This deck can. Cyprong is good for removal, but this card could be something else. I think Nimbug being at 1/1 with Stratamoth, I think it's correct, unfortunately, but maybe even running this at 2 could be pretty good, just because you can search it to hand, get the extra Stratamoth if you didn't see it already. It's kind of tricky. Or, this is a really, really, really sick take, is playing Nimbug. OG Nimbug. To search at, to special cast itself into Sirikun, to then into Stratamoth Turbo on the next turn. What do we think? What do we think? It's just getting Resting or Earthquaked. I mean, yeah, probably, but you know. So one thing I would probably tighten up about this list more specifically is like the Wind Toolbox stuff I think is good in theory. This could easily have just been slotted in the Pantera line in the main, or the Chrysler line in the main. Not just the 1/1s, but like go all in. Go all in. Sandstorm too. Sandstorm main, if you're playing the Haboofin line, I think is sick and awesome and tight and cool and handsome. Big fan of it. Tsunami good. First deck I've seen in a long time as main deck in the Tsunami, which is nice. Yeah, running both base Nimbug and Sirikun. I think there's a world where you play 1/1, or you play like 3/1 or a 3/2. 3/2 probably. I think there's a world you could play 3-2, and it's like the psychotic wind list, you know? It's probably not good, but it's probably all right. OG Findus with Sandstorm? Kinda. Like, it's just more removal for the defense, the defense boogers of Hera, really. So I think this is a really interesting direction for Moth to take. I like the idea of the Haboofin line in here too. Big fan of Haboofin. I know Ruli is been experimenting with the wind stuff like this for a little while, which is cool. I'm sad that Moth had to go, but honestly, I think that Moth still has its place. I just don't know where yet. I'd have to sit down and cook a little bit with it, but I feel like it's still strong, realistically speaking. The Fool. This is a High Drake. This looks very similar to MG1's list or earlier. What are the chances I joined right when we were looking at my deck? I need to say something. Turn 1 OG Nimbug had been added to the side before. The side, it's been 4-0 since I tried it. It's crazy. I mean, just saying. Just saying. It's good. All right, this list here is very similar to MG1's list, playing the High Drake and the discard stuff with the Sulfury line. Only 2 Up in Flames though, I think is kind of the throw. I think if you're playing the High Drake line, you play you all in on 3 Up in Flames. And I think you take out the Pandora's Box for 3rd shield, resting on laurels, again, into the main. I also think Tsunami into the main too. I think every deck needs to be playing Tsunami to handle the wide boards, Shield to play the tall, and also play the tempo game, and then as much removal as possible. And that is like the quintessential way to play right now. So he doesn't need the High Drake. I mean, maybe. Someone needs to get Brewlock on the High Drake. I don't know. Like, High Drake's both the best card in the deck, but also the worst card in the deck. Like, this is the really fun part about this card, like, honestly, is that, like, this, even in like, the MG1 list or otherwise, it's sick because if you compare it with, like, the Comagma and the Up in Flames, it's like, wow, this works beautifully. But it's just really slow. It's just really slow for the game plan. You go High Drake, search, and then it's like, then you go Comagma, discard, maybe. And then it's like, High Drake leaves room for error because it's like, did I pick the wrong one? Did I pick the right one? Did I pick the Sulfury or did I pick the Brimscale? You're also not playing 3 Brimscale, I guess, because you can search it, but then you have 2 Smeltongue, which I think is crazy. 1 Necrof is also like wild too. The bunch of the 1-ups here are weird. Like Astrabbit is also strange, but I like it. This card is good in Hestia specifically. This card plus Comagma plus the Hellmelt is such a cool combo. Big fan of that for this reason. You have the rabbit on the board, then you go Comagma, then you enchanted the Comagma off the rabbit, you discard draw, you discard the Hellmelt, and then you go boom, 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 and you like do that over and over again as this card is adding infinite value to your plays. I came out the back in time. So this is, yeah, very similar to your list that you ran for the PNM and for some early Sunstrike stuff as a whole. And I think it's solid in the fact that it's just that list, but I think Tsunami needs to come to the main, Resty needs to come to the main. I think that you're on 3 Up in Flames, you gotta be on 3 Up in Flames. I like the Volcari's Torch stuff, that's a good line. High Drake I'm hit or miss on, frankly, but I get why it's in here for sure. Pandora's Box I don't think is necessarily needed, and like go up to 3 shield. Again, the 2-ofs are kind of scary to me, but I get that a lot of players are liking 2-ofs right now because it feels like very toolboxy, like a sometimes cards, but not all the time cards. But personally, I think I like the consistency of having like the thirds of everything. Fumarole is one of those, but I can understand why you're not needing the Fumaroles. I also don't like Smeltongue that much. I get the point is like to discard off the Up in Flames or to ascend and Nexus, but if you're not playing 3 Up in Flames, I think you can go down to 1 or 2 or 0 Smell Tongue, frankly. And even if you're playing Up in Flames, I think you could even get rid of Smell Tongue. I like it a lot. It's just, I'd rather play the 3rd Brimscale and then just not worry about Smell Tongue. It comes up sometimes, but not every time. I don't know, it's weird. But it's the perfect 2-of card. Well, yeah, but like, you know, you get it. So a lot of refining, I think, to do for this deck. Personally, I think you could cut some of these 1-ofs, or you could just expand some of the 1-ofs and shift around the ratios just a little bit. Because one thing about Brewlock's list that I really liked, and this is kind of the evolution of the Fire Discard deck, is that it's able to go wide a lot better and can build the board offensively and defensively while also keeping your opponent trading 1 for 1. And I think that's like the best thing to be doing with Fire Discard, because you're already losing out in card advantage, so you might as well trade that for board present. And this one doesn't quite do the same. So I don't know. And again, similarly, removal to the top, I think would be good. No Ouroboros on the side, not taking advantage of the side deck master, I see. I mean, you don't really need it necessarily because you have a lot of removal, but no Earthquake either. Earthquake and Resting. Main deck. Main deck. MG1. Gotta take a big stretch for that one. Is this just like running it back with the same list from the PNM, except for now you're on Volcaries? Is that what this one is? I feel like that's what it looks like. Your side deck though, Ouroboros, the side deck master, 2 Galaxy Champ, I think I can appreciate. 2 Chains is pretty good, though I think his features are better. 2 Catabasis makes a lot of sense, and Pandora's Box on the side is kind of cool. Eruption's Jealousy on the side is really funny. I feel like this card is just kind of like a, you have it, so why not? But I can very much see as to why you want to side deck it. Oh. Yeah, the Hermes versus Hera matchup sucks. Okay, that's fair. You're like, I played this because my other deck does not feel good to play into Hera. I feel like it could be fine. I don't know. It probably is really bad. Don't get me wrong. You're also trying to like, because Hera just does what it wants to and does the healing thing that Hermes used to do for free. It does feel bad. Hermes versus Hera is unwinnable. Now Hermes players knows what it's like. Maybe Hermes players should have not gotten every single tool under the sun and every single heal card ever made, and then was like, yeah, I'm gonna make this like super committal board. And then you're like, okay, I'm gonna heal it all back. Where have I seen that before? I learned the hard way. Oh, rough. I think I saved myself from like Hermes' bad matchups by just like avoiding Hermes because my brain power is not that high. And that's like the consistent joke, is that Hermes is like the highest brain power. But honestly, Hera, I think also is very similar high brain power. And I'm just like, my brain sometimes does not operate in that same function. Be happy Hera doesn't have trickery. See, the one thing, could you imagine you like target Riceridge to destroy, Hera flips up Hera's trickery or something silly, and then it like starts like special casting back the stuff you dumped off of the Ricero stuff, and you're like, why did we do this? Surely that won't be a thing, right? Anyways, all right, let's talk about the list a little bit. I like the Volcaries inclusion with the Tongs. I think that is correct for every single fire deck. Gives you a good low to the ground engine. Again, Hydrake I don't love, but I get it. You're also on 3 Up in Flames, so correct. You're also on 2 Dice, which I think is in a discard deck. Pretty good too. I don't love it, don't hate it. 3 Shield, which is correct. I think 2 Tsunami, which is correct. You have also the 1 Resting and the Earthquake in the deck, which is correct. I think that's like, again, the pieces of the Sunstrike meta, the current one, I think are also on display perfectly here. Brewlock's deck last premiere, which won, also opened the doors open, but burst the doors wide open to say your deck must have a good low end, a good top end, an excess amount of removal, an excess amount of tempo, profit. And I think that ultimately works. Music, please. Thank you. Hi, Risen, good to see you. Hello, hello, welcome in. Having 5 removal spells, not even counting the Soul Fury stuff, is pretty nice most of the time. Yeah, I could see Hera getting a counter that that Ouroboros' one of your own guys trigger Rabbit Preserve Spirits trigger on cast effects. Isn't that like so messed up? We really shouldn't be giving Hera more tools. Yeah, go second fire discard is a very strong strategy. I like it a lot. MG, did you go first or second oftentimes? Because I feel like this deck can do the old school thing, which is go first, expend to draw, set cards, pass, and not commit to a board yet. And then in going second, then your opponent commits, and then you can start breaking apart the board. I feel like that strategy could be pretty good here, honestly. There's not much of a difference other than the fact that you can like exchange a spirit for a draw. But when I was testing out this deck, that's like how I felt this deck could play, but it didn't feel bad either or. But yeah, the important part with this deck is that you have like, again, solid removal options, a decent top end, good low to the ground options, and mass amounts of removal and mass amounts of tempo. So we'll do those checks in the future too. Effectively, I'm gonna write these down so I remember. We have top end, low end, mass removal. Bonus points of the mass removal is also in element and also like native. That'd be nice. And then tempo cards, particularly. And that's usually like just the 10 to 12 counter runes. But you have also the quote unquote right counter runes or the meta call counter runes, which I think could be really solid. And we'll check into that. My formula for a lot of the decks that are like good to go here for this format are, again, the in element removal cards that are native, good low end, and like the wide board nature, going tall nature. Both of those is like the big ones. So there's that. I chickened out of going second a lot of time because I was like, I need to stop them from setting up, and I don't really practice as much as I could have. I feel like that's valid. The big fear is that they're like they build a board that you cannot out, and I feel like that is always scary when it comes to Elestrals because of the, again, limited amount of actions that you actually have, facilitates and necessitates and creates a instance in which that you need to have mass amounts of removal to compensate. Word. All right, moving on. All right. Spicy sausage. Spicy sausage is deck. Let's take a look. We've got the #1 Ampup fan, my goat, Spicy Sausage, with 2 Quackle, 2 Imperial, the Rice Ridge line, which I think this is one of the first decks we've seen in the Hera. This is our first Hera list, I think, of the... We had Lucrizzi earlier, which was on the Hera Galvenom stuff. We have 2 Magneros, which I think this is, like, again, this is kind of a difference. I know that the way that Bo likes to play this deck is Bo is utilizing Magneros as a way to maintain resources while keeping the body up on board, which I think is like interesting to do, but prioritizing like 2 to 3 Heras to set up for your resource grind is pretty cool. I don't love 2 Magneros, but I like it. Unk! Banger. In the main, Unk is perfect. Unk great. Resting and Laurels, or Laurels and Earthquake in the main. Sick. 3 Zeus is really interesting. Double Jolton, probably could be 2. But removal in the form of Hera also is solid. This one kind of breaks the rules a little bit of the formula in the way that like most of the guys are also removal when you really think about it, but also you're gonna find your removal tools off of your Astro Rabbits and your Ricer Ridges anyways. The deck is always adding stuff, searching stuff, drawing stuff, so it's like you don't necessarily need to have 5 pieces of removal because you'll get to your removal really fast. And alternatively too, you'll have follow-up in the form of like your Imperials, your Unks, and there's no Scythe though in this list, which is really interesting. Scepter's in the side. More removal in the side deck being Boom Bat, I think is perfectly understandable. Love this Thunderstorm inclusion in side deck for 2 of. Huge. 2 Tsunami in the main. So again, counter rune check. We have 2 Tsunami, perfect. 3 shield, perfect. And 2 altar that this deck can really utilize. I like the tip in here for the like the defensive matchups, I guess I should say, or mass removal of it all, which is kind of fine. But Hera also doesn't necessarily need tip, but I guess it makes sense if you're trying to play around like really big bodies. Spirit deck seems like an absolute nightmare, but I definitely get it for sure. Even rocking 1 Lycris for the Monsoon in the side, it's kind of interesting. 1 Floor Mine for the Rhino. I think because you're not on Ricer Ridge in the main, which again, we talked about this, the innovation of everyone's on Hera, Consent Rhino doesn't always have to be there, is good. And the fact that you're not on 2 Rhino means that double Floor Mine is not always necessary. But I do think double Floor Mine is better for Ricer Ridge because this card is absolutely getting shielded in half. So I think this is solid. Again, Spicy's got a good list here. The side deck options of the removal for Thunderstorm is really good. Mount Olympus is interesting. 1 Scepter I feel like is solid too. And love the Boom Bats for extra points of removal is kind of my thoughts behind this too. So overall, it's hard to really mess up like the Hera build. Hera is really strong. It's just about the supporting players, I think. So overall, good list. Jandries. This one's doing a little bit of everything. It's the Hera list that's also running 2 Zeus. It's running 3 shield check, Tsunami check, resting Laurels. Again, we talk about it. Look at these as we get in deeper and deeper into the really successful lists. You start to see the shared aspects of them. And some of them are mass removal and the correct counter runes. You might be saying to yourself, well, Swallows, of course, they're just the best counter. Just put them in there. It's like, you'd be surprised. You'd be very surprised. Titanic Strike Champ of Zeus is interesting, but I guess to search out the Thunderstorm as a removal option is pretty solid. You also have 3 Boom Bat on the side, which is cool. Watching Content Rhino get blown up by Pantera was so funny to me. Always love when that happens. I love the big ones where it's like, oh god, this is just removal. Laurel's not in my list. Hey, I didn't play Earthquake in mine, so I'm just saying. 2 dice on the side is interesting. I do think this deck doesn't necessarily need dice, but it could be an interesting tech. Not bad. 2 Floor Mine for your Ricer Ridge line if it gets shielded back. I actually like that quite a bit, especially. But I think if you're doing that, you should be side decking the Cryoblast, frankly. Catabasis is pretty good, but if you're doing the Lunar, again, might as well. This is the first time we're seeing Titanic Strike for searching Thunderstorm, though. And I think that the Thunderstorm is necessary in this meta, not only for sniping out the one of back rows sometimes for clearing a board, but also just to take out Hera. Just take out the Hera, like save yourself some time and get them out of it. No EQ or Laurels, about to give me a heart attack. Boom Bat, love Boom Bat in the Hera list. Special cast off Platypulse, ascend over this. Learning from the Australians, this is the greatest ascension in the game. Alternatively, like Walking Earthquake, it's so well designed too. Alternatively, you know, this card's just removal. Your guys are kind of small, and so you can just threaten the removal every turn. I want to fit this in the main deck, but in the main deck too, based Gal Venom inside of the main deck is super sick. Love me Gal Venom inside this list. Such a cool card. One, Signetric is interesting too. I think Signetric is not great, and you could cut this card out for something else, but I can understand why like you want to go like a 1/1 line. Because this card can come up, it can be really cool, it can be pretty good. Especially if you can like stick around a Jolton for like the turn to add cards. But I think you might as well set up for like a second Imperial with the Jolton if you're searching, right? And like alternatively, this card, similarly to Celestia or Leo Bright Champ, can start clearing the way. But it's like, I think this is okay, but not great. Love Galvenom though. See, this is closer to the deck list I think I would want to run instead of Hera. If it's not Justin's list, because Justin's list is, oh, I've seen it already. Like him and I talked about it. It's gorgeous. Best Hera list I've seen in so long. But I think it'd be something like this where I'm running the Galvenoms alongside like the Riceridge stuff, and then maybe the Imperials as well. But God, this list looks so clean. Very clean. Side deck 2, I like the Titana Strike Thunderstorms. Personally, this slot could have been taken up by the Ouroboros, but I understand why we would want it with the Thunderstorm, just to get some extra searches out there. Super insane. Alex's list coming in at 17th place. So unfortunate you miss out on the second top 16. I feel that. I had to win out for mine. But here we have the Cop Slop deck. Cop Slop with Peliquarius in the side. And I like this list. I was talking to Ace Blaziken and Rookie at Locals about this, and this is kind of what we were talking about, is these sort of like similar builds of playing like Glauby optional. How was Majesty Glauby for you? Because I think that this engine, frankly, could be Eddie Kurbis. Eddie Kurbis, third rock in a hard place. And then now you have like your Poseidon's Fury, your rock in a hard place, like put in Laurels in here. Like, I don't think you could play Laurels or Earthquake. Yeah, it's in the side, makes sense. Drakian Champ in the side. Oh, beautiful. Capreagle, pretty solid. Pretty solid. I think this card is better than people think too. Like destroying an Elestral, like on the Nexus is good. And like if you don't have Trident already to play around the shield, if this guy sticks around, it's actually pretty solid. I side out Glauby every game too. Sometimes I keep Majesty. Sometimes I don't. Hardest end of the game for Ambro every turn is hot. Super solid. Capreagle MVP. I think you could play the Capreagle 2-drop, be very solid. Eddie Kurbis was the way. I think so, kinda. Only Poseidon deck and got this far. I don't think you suck. Absolutely not. This is a great placement and consistent too. Like to be around this placement for the games. A couple things go differently. Easily top 8 conversion, if not for winning, because I think that elephants are such a good strategy overall. The scary parts to me are always the elephants inside these decks, and Peliquarius is an insane tech that I think works really well. I don't love 3 Galaxy Champ, but it's the Cop deck. You're gonna see it, you're gonna draw it, and it's a good card in general. It's good into Fire, it's good into Hera. It's a solid 3 Shield of Achilles, 2 Tsunami for your tempo cards. Poseidon's Fury and Rock in a Hard Place. I want Rock in a Hard Place at 3 probably. This is good. It's good to have. And I think I would, swap these out, swap the Glauby engine out for Eddie and Kurbis. I like the Majesty stuff because Majesty sometimes is just an auto win, but then sometimes it's not. And it's just like, man, Eddie is at least consistent. And the Kurbis line is just powerful in like a lower tempo, and you have tons of spirits on board to play with it. So I don't know. What I want to do actually is be a little psychotic and experiment with Rock in a Hard Place, old school Drakid, and then play with Draken, like the new Draken, because I feel like that could be really cool. Is to play like this sort of like, I'm going to get this Rock in a hard payoff, even if it kills me. Yeah, good players will never attack your Drakid, so you need to kamikaze your own kid often, and Galaxy is like the best target for it, which feels kind of bad sometimes, because then your alter Typhlant plays are less effective, but I also think that makes sense. Got to go to bed for work tomorrow. Hope you guys have a good rest of the stream. Can't wait to see what you have to say about my deck and see where I can improve on. Good night, y'all. Hey, good night, Delinquent. Good to see you again. And also have a good day at work tomorrow. Get some sleep and get some rest. Thanks for hopping in and for hanging out for us tonight. I think we're getting to your deck here sometime soon. And also really funny that you and Six are right next to each other. Very, very fun. Yo, Ace Blaze, good to see you. Hello, hello. Didn't miss the stream. Let's go. Yeah, we're currently into about to get into our top 16 of the deck stream, kind of looking over the last premiere, talking about what did well, what we want to change, what we like, and the kind of the differences of the meta. A lot of really great stuff. Funny enough, we're actually talking about some of the changes that we were talking about yesterday with the elephant list and making like the champions of Poseidon stuff with Super Insane's list, and kind of talking about maybe putting the Eddies in there with the Pelquarius, which Pelquarius is crazy. Has no good search targets, TBH, nothing actually progressed the game plan. Yeah, it's kind of I think that one's kind of funky. It gets kind of funky, but is Eddie searchable off the cop foamy? That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, I think third rock in a hard place for sure. Resting Divine Blessing in the side deck's also a pretty good call. I like this card a lot in the side, because it does mean that like what is your Majesties or like your 4-drop elephants getting hit by, and it's like the Earthquakes, the Laurels. Having Divine Blessing to just like beat those cards is super nice. Super, super nice. Super, super nice. Oh, two of Ouroboros, the side deck master. There he is. Monsoon crazy in the side for sure. I think Cap Regals is very, very solid. Love me some Cap Regal champ. Next from Poseidon, Target Destroying Elestral is so good. Search for your Trident. Maybe there's a world where you go into this. Eddie OG Drakid list. Oh yeah. See the Rock and Hard Place turbo deck. Search Atlantis helps me clear rhinos. Other than that, otherwise wall me. I like Champ Glauby. I've always liked Champ Glauby, honestly, and it's just solid. Good card, searches the rise, but mainly it's the stadium, which is pretty cool. Yeah, you see there's the Atlantis in the side deck here is great. I am a fan though of maybe like moving Cap Regal champ to the top and then go Eddie Kerbis package, like 2-1 and then the third rock in a hard place here. I think I'd want to experiment with a deck like that, because I think I very much underestimate like the Cap Regal champ effect. And this weird because I would love for a card to be able to turbo into this. I understand why it can't, because that probably would be way too powerful. But I don't know. What my hair matches? Yeah, because like what they can't hit over it. They can't hit over like a bajillion attack body. And this is the one thing about elephants I do like in Dahera, is that oftentimes because you're swinging for like 4, 5, or 6 damage, you can outpace them, and especially if you can get the Trident lock. They're not usually playing anything unless they're playing the Thunderstorm on the side, which some of them are. That really removes stuff on the board. So if you can dodge a couple Earthquakes, you can dodge a couple like stuff. You have native removal for popping their dudes and their Heras. You also have like things to lock down their stuff, and are generally going to be able to like amass value and go nuts. So you drop the Pelly. You could even keep Sluggle if not for the Mage, but for Champ Glauby, that's fair. I think Pelly could go crazy even without the Mage Glauby. I get the point is like to go into Majesty better if you hard draw into these two, but I don't know. Pelquarius I think is solid. Top 16. Oh, Grave Shift. I'm already liking this a lot. Oh, Grave Shift. All right, we have a second Blizztrix deck that has hit the board. Were you the Blizztrix player that Justin lost to in Swiss? I would be very curious. So, okay, first off, some checks. We love Shield. We love Blizzard inside the main deck. No resting, which I think is in the side. Whoa, no resting or earthquake is criminal. That's crazy. 3 and Frost 6 is criminal. I think this makes sense. See, this is the funny part. I think in Frost 6 should be a 3 of. You have Monster Reborn inside your main deck for 3. That's like, yeah, it's a 3 spirit cost, and that is kind of the balance, but like, why not? You know, like the game's probably over in the meantime. Might as well apply the pressure. Like in terms of like aggro deck, I think it's killer. That was Viper? Ah, I see. Very funny. Yeah, you and Viper committed war crimes? Like, legitimately. I like this. I like this deck a lot. Mountains of Boreas is nice. You fix the problem with the previous, like, Neander Sloth stuff with the Brummelinks in the main to search that. Aurora Borealis is crazy, but I think it makes sense to, like, enchant the Snowlits and also feed the Paleoth, which is kind of cool. So, yeah, I say Frostix should be banned. Arguably, it's the only deck that has a searchable Monster Reborn, right? I don't think that, yeah, you're not playing the whale, the Harpoon, the Poon Master, but like, and Frostix is crazy good and super underutilized in the game of Elestrals. I think that makes sense for like this sort of deck to have the turbo nature of it. The only thing I don't like about the Blizzstrix deck, of course, is like it's just up to chance sometimes, but you're trying to like mitigate that with some combo pieces like Aurora Borealis and otherwise, which I think is maybe part of this deck's like weakness, is the fact that it does rely very heavy on having these like sort of situational combos, which can work out pretty well, but ultimately speaking, it's like, yeah, I don't know. And it builds tall with the Blizzstrix, which is nice, but ultimately like Sloth helps clear the way for that, in my opinion. But I also know that like you can use the like both top ends either or, which is hilarious to think about. Yeah, Shield my big Sloth, I go into baby Sloth, and then Borealis my baby Sloth to go back into big Sloth. Yeah, kinda. Amount of times I Snowlit milled 3 whiffed, then drew Aspral for turn are too damn high. Yeah, right? Like there's so many times where you can just go like, all right, if this like this get Aspral, mill 4, man, draw Blizzstrix, you're like, or even worse is like you like see it off like a Foretell and you're like, oh, perfect, and then like something happens where you have to like shuffle stuff out. It's really rough. That's what the Lotto Foretell is for. Oh, true. Yeah, I think this list is solid. I like this list a lot. It's playing the Blizzard whiteout. This is if I was playing Blizzstrix, it's either this or again Dugabus. I think Aurora Borealis is heads up. I also think that like it works pretty well. Chilotl I go back and forth on if I like it or hate it, but it's necessary, I think, if you're playing a deck that's running off like these counter runes. Maybe this deck also can play Blizzard, just normal Blizzard, to help like in the side maybe, to get some like extra back row removal going. Glacial Stasis in the side is actually pretty solid as well. And 2 Ambrosia is hilarious. This is such like a very like clean side deck. It's like, yeah, I'm putting it together. I get that. Bring back Cedar Soar. Correct. Give Dugabus Cedar Soar. Give Blizzstrix Cedar Soar. It's fine. Hera can't do anything about it. We need to nerf Hera somehow. And I think that's the way to do it, frankly. Cedar was never the problem. Correct. I mean, kind of, but also correct. It was just strong. I don't know. In some ways, it like letting it play out would be very funny. And guess what? Plenty of decks are playing mass removal anyways. Cedar is not coming back. It kind of can't, but it should. But it kind of can't, but it should. Anyways, I like this deck. This is so funny. 3 and Frostix is sick. Very big fan of 3 and Frostix. Dice Shield makes sense for the mills of it all. And Aurora Borealis is very interesting. I would be curious to know how like this card performing into these makes sense. I do like it with your main players, though, is the big thing. And it buffs up for Boreas's, too. It's kind of nice. Cedar, Champ of Hades. That'd be really funny. It's just like, that's the one I would never anticipate. Ric Flair McNair. Yo! Fish! Fish. Good. Wow, hey, look at that. 4 fish players in this tournament. Playing Locagon, Kerberos, Eddie. Yeah. Yeah. 3 Magnaros. Yeah. Resting. Oh, okay, not resting, but Earthquake in the main. I'll take it. 3 Rock and a Hard Place. Yeah. 3 Shield, 2 Tsunami, 2 Ambrosia main. Wait. Banger. What's side deck looking like? Side deck King. There's your Resty on the side. I'll take it. 3rd Tsunami, correct. 3 PTA, correct. Dice. I didn't love Dice, but I get it. Same thing with Pandora's Box. I just think this card, you know, it's funny. Pandora's Box is necessary for the big combo decks, but like no one's playing Bears except for Josh. And like, it's kind of funny that this card is only really good against Bears. Like, it's good against technically the searching cards, but like, which I feel like it was really effective with last format to stop searchers of like the divines and some of the crazy stuff. But it's like on average, it's not going to be better than just a shield, which stops the big cast, personally. Very, very funny. Very, very funny. Sunstrike Kerberos here is really interesting. I wonder how much that came up. I don't love this card that much. I think it's okay. Like, I think this card is better with the new Sunstrike Eddie, which I think is, I actually like that deck, that card quite a bit, because it's like a foamy, it's kind of as annoying to deal with, and you're like, ah, man, like I built my board wide, I don't want to deal with like a new Kerberos, and it's like, I guess. So you have to have an altar to then get around the Kerberos or something like that, or a PTA, which could be kind of silly. So, I don't know. But overall, look at this package. Very, very clean. 3 Eddie, which is, I think, solid. I think that you could play 3 Eddie. I didn't like it because to me, it didn't really come up that much. And the 4 stat was kind of weak. It didn't ever really hit over stuff like the Volcaries, which I was really respecting Volcaries. The Fire Artifact deck, I was like most trying to prepare for. But I think against Hera, Eddie does come up quite a bit, which is kind of fun. 3 Magnaros makes a lot of sense, and I think I should have run 3 Magnaros in mine too. I didn't love Ambrosia in mine, and the reason why is because I know Ambrosia plus Locagon is combo, but to me, like it's conditional Earthquake, which I get, but it's also like this was usually enough, and it was only happening like once or twice anyways, and if I didn't see the Ambrosia, like it doesn't really come up that often. So 1 Ambrosia could work, but 2, I get it. Yeah, I like this list a lot. Of course, I'm a big fan of Fish. I think Fish is incredibly slept on inside this meta, but particularly because it's just solid. Turns out when you slow down the format a little bit, and the format's particularly around like solid low end, strong top end, massive amounts of removal, and can just like snowball value, this is the deck to do it. So solid. And it's also one of the only decks that can comfortably play Argo with a really nice payoff, which I like. Though I don't necessarily know if that's true. I want to experiment with the deck without Argo, because while the necklace, both Aphrodite and Harmonia, I think are really strong, I don't necessarily know if it's needed. Because, yeah, they're swinging, and you're like, just like Patroclus's dice, you're just catching them off guard with a 9. And that did win a lot of games. It's so funny. I'm like, I don't know if it's good. It won a ton of games. It did. I hate to say it. The 9 breaker is important. A lot of things are 8s in the meta right now. So having a 9 body, both in the Kerberos and also the Aphros champs is or these are 10s technically, but you know, 9s if it gets like funky, is so strong. So strong. 6. Huh? Okay, well, there are the Earth Spirits, and there's no Frost Spirits in here. I'm so confused on what this deck list is. So confused. So confused. I hated bricking and the constant judgment for playing self-mill. Fair. People treat you very differently when you play self-mill. They do treat you like a war criminal, as they should. Realistically, did you see what Kira did in Kissimmee? I'm just saying. Here's precedent here. After you drop the atomic bomb once, it's kind of, yeah. Turkey Turbo? Okay, let's look at Turkey Turbo. Unk, correct. 3 Magneros is interesting. I previously only seen this as 1, but I get the return to hand special cast is like sometimes whenever this is the actual card that is allowing the like first or second bounce usually to get the special cast out, which is kind of fun because you can go like Platypulse, Magneros, Hera plus this 4-card combo set up over multiple turns. Not always like a thing. And because of the consistency of the deck is like you can really see this often. Love Boombat in the main, by the way. I think Boombat in the main is really strong, especially for Hera, which can just use it for its special ascend. And the extra removal is really nice too. Because you're also relying, I think, really heavily on like the 3 Mag and the 3 Jolton for your champs of Hera. With no Rabbit, Scepter of Hera is really interesting. Bada Boom Bat. Get him with the Bada Boom Bat. Killer. 2 Thunderstorm is solid. There, ooh, I just like smacked this glass. 2 Achilles Mist is very, very good. 3 in the Dense Fog category, both ends, is strong. I don't know what this would really come up for. I guess maybe Sloth and maybe some other like random Nexus decks, but we were just talking about it. Big fan of the Chili mix. It really helps like some Spirit Math stuff out. It kind of hurts your board a little bit, but it's not amazing. But we got a Swole Live. Yo, what's going on, Cobalt? Good to see you. Hello, hello. What's good? Welcome in, welcome in. We're going over the decks from the last premiere, checking out the new Sunstrike meta, which is honestly a lot of fun. Did I get catch the last 5 minutes? No, we actually have quite a bit of ways to go. We are currently in the top 16 of the last premiere, so we have quite a bit of time left still. Dense Fog was for Sloth mainly. See, I knew it. I knew it. I was telling Dimax, I'm like, I gotta put in Dense Fog. I gotta put in Dense Fog. And Dimax like, I don't think it's that good against the Sloth. I'm like, I think it's good enough. I'm tuning in so late. Worth it though, because locals are super fun. Let's go. Yeah, by the way, we saw your deck earlier. Very, very cool deck. I thought you were cooking with the Lion Leo deck. I was surprised you were not on Mill. I know you had like a pretty decent record into the day, and I was like, is Mike on Mill? Maybe? Is this a Mill meta? Are we getting Mill Master Mike coming out? But I like I liked the Lion deck a lot. That I think we can cook with. I was theorizing the other day, I'm like, there has to be, like, you go Neblio, and then you go like Foretell, add like 2 Lions a turn, like on average, and you're like, yeah, I'll just have a hand of like 12. That's like off of like 1 Neblio, you're sitting here and you're like, yeah, that was like Gorgons. Anyways, and you're like just starting to like accrue value that way. I think I like a lot. Very, very solid inclusion. The Thunderbirds. I want to play Galvenom for mine. I think Galvenom would be a sick inclusion in this side of this too. I think Imperial Turbo works. I like it as a deck for sure. Of course, it's got some big weaknesses in some capacity, things like shield sometimes, but otherwise it's like the deck can heal it all back with Hera and play low to the ground. Some quick checks, of course. We have 3 shield, correct, 2 alter, correct, 2 tsunami, correct, and massive amounts of removal instead of earthquake and resting. I like the Thunderstorm a lot here too. I think that Hera playing Boombat throw removal than Cryoblast. I don't love Dice in Hera, but I get why it's there. I Imperied 4 times in one game against Spicy. Did you go 1, shield back, 2, shield back, 3, shield back, 4, Gorgons removed? That's how I can imagine that went. I like Imperial Turbo, and I think this is like a pretty solid option, honestly. This is like what the deck was envisioned to be post the Moth, or pre the Moth ban, was that like, you know, Moth was gatekeeping this deck because they would just snipe out Hera and like out turbo your deck with removal now. and then you didn't have any follow-up because you couldn't Hera to do things. But now that Hera can stick around because Moth isn't there, it's like kind of solid, right? All 3 on the field and 1 got shielded. Rough. Rough. Really funny though. I think the Turkey Turbo is solid, really hard to deal with, and the deck can just play low to the ground until you can just drop your big bomb. I like it. That's the simplicity of Hera, and it's solid. I don't know. I remember seeing a build of Voltemple. That Voltempest, it was sick. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, I like the Thunderstorms on the side. I think that Cryoblast could easily go in here, and I think I understand because this is more of a Raceros excluded version that you don't necessarily want it there. I also feel like this is a much more aggressive build, which I think I like. I don't love that Hera has to sit there and do stuff, but easily can pivot into more aggro build for sure. Shouts to Platypulse too. But solid. Solid. Delinquent. Okay. Similar. This list is very funky, and I like the Race to the Top and the Mount Olympus side of things. No Ricer Ridge is very funny, but the Jolt inside just to make a bunch of big beaters with Family of Hera to enchant them and just like play stat boosting with the Mount Olympus stuff is very, very funky. One of the weaknesses of this strategy, and I remember like we had such a close game in that last one, is that one of the disadvantages is that you're not really doing anything super specialized with this deck, which I think is maybe its biggest weakness, is it's trying to do like a very low to the ground Hera list and like a Hera beater strategy almost with like Magneroses and the Joltons, which is cool. You're playing like the double suites, but I almost like Riceros in the side, or Raceros in the side is crazy. I almost like the idea of going for like multiple Platypulse, Arcalith in the main, and there's the side deck Master, and then like the Galvenoms or Boombats to give it a sort of like this one here. Since Link was asleep, I'll let y'all know that he hasn't played the game in like 7 months, and he asked me what to play, and I showed him my Hera list with Race, and here we are, GOAT. I remember talking to him about that when we were playing, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, I also haven't really touched the Hera cards. He's like, neither have I. I'm like, that's super sick. And he played really well. I think too, for like Hera's kind of a technical list, and the way to like enchant things or find game or look for stuff can be very difficult. So like that was one thing I remember playing against that Delinquent. I was like, oh man, this is such like a tricky scenario. And that was one thing I think that he was really good at was putting like, I'm not only me, but like his opponents in like tricky scenarios with this deck, and then having to play around in weird ways. Like Olympus to buff the stats made things like super crunchy. The Family of Hera came in super clutch for a big Imperial drop, and then also I didn't look out for this, but like Family of Hera like re-enchant a Platypulse or a Quackle and then swing into one of my dudes, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm on like 1 spirit, and that clears because now I take the extra spirit damage. It was very, very strong. How about for now, my partner wants to watch Bakugan take care of everyone. Oh, Pog! That sounds sick. Hey, have fun with Bakugan. Thanks for hanging out here with us and for being with us for just a little bit. Hopefully we'll see you around next time. And yeah, enjoy the Bakugan. That sounds awesome. God, I've seen what you've done for others. Bakugan with my partner sounds great. So, anyways, I like this. I like this list. It does need some refining for sure, but for a 7-month break is like really, really solid. Love the placement, and also very good play overall. I think, you know what? Maybe I'm happy that the deck list is a little bit scratchy, because if the deck list was sick and Delinquent was still playing like they were, I think that I would have gotten washed much harder. I think I would have gotten washed much harder. But I think I would definitely put the removal inside the main deck for sure. So some big ones to keep around, I think, would be like Dice. Take out Dice and put in like Laurel's Earthquake, which I think we can afford in the Spirit deck. I think third Platypulse in the main to take advantage of the attack boosting both from the Olympus and the Platypulse, if that's what you're going for. I would unfortunately cut this Magneros. I understand it's a search for race and for family and like there's some things here. But I honestly would probably just put the third Magneros champ in, or alternatively, like, let's see what's on the side. Maybe the Unk in the main at that point too. And that's probably the biggest differences I'd make here if you're going for like the Stadium War Jolton deck, is something like that. The nice part about the Stadium Wars, and I will say this as someone who played the Solar deck in testing, was that Mount Olympus, unless they're like, no one's really Stadium Warsing right now, so these are probably going to stick. And so you can reliably keep this around for a long time, unless your opponent is like doing something funky or gets rid of it, which doesn't feel good to do. So I like the concept here quite a bit. So yeah, solid deck list again. It's kind of hard to go wrong with Hera, but some small things could be really nice, especially in like a beater strategy like this. There was one play too where he like boosted the Magneros to like a 6 after Nexusing, and I was like, yeah, wait a minute. Thunder at 5's got some hands. Lil Hill forever. Lil Hill forever has a Cyprong Dionysus list with Gloombat in the side. That's the wrong Lunar side deck master. Wait a minute. Okay. Gloombat is so interesting in the side deck. I think that if you're playing Lunar, this card goes crazy. And you should probably consider in the main deck for Lunar because everyone's just like setting mass back row. And what you can do is now destroy Heras with this thing by punishing Hera players who are going like, Hera, double back row, pass, and you go, yeah, Gloombat effect, pop Hera. And then they're like, oh. And it's like, even if you don't snipe the back row that stops your combo, you're just kicking them off the Hera. I like Gloombat a lot. I think Gloombat should come back as a spicy tech. I think this is how Lunar players end up on top, honestly, but we'll see. Here's 2 Dense Fog again, like Dense Fog as a consideration. 3 Tsunami in the side deck is a little bit concerning, but oh well. Let's do some checks. We have some Earthquake. Yep. We have Shield. Yep. Good. I think Dice, because you're playing the Dougie, makes sense, so that's fine. You probably only need 1 Ambrosia, and that could be the resting your laurels coming up to the main deck, and I think I'd have like not a big problem with that. I get why Alter is in here to trigger Dougie effect and to set up for some plays with like the Sprouter and whatnot. But I think you could honestly put the Tsunami in there. It'd probably be a little bit easier of a time. But just Centaur, Latagon, Dugabus, nice and solid stuff. I haven't been liking Centaur or September, but it does give a really insurmountable top end for the 2 bricks that you're playing inside your deck. And you're ultimately sometimes just milling them with Dougie anyways, so they can come up, they can't come up. One thing that a lot of players, I think, for Centaur or for Dionysus, I think are not doing is putting a lot more value in Nexusing the Sprouter, setting up for and Centaur play on the next turn. It's about timing, but there's so many times where I'm just like, if they drop Centaur here, they just win. And a lot of times they don't. A lot of players don't do that, and I'm just like, I don't know. I get the point of taking the gamble, but either way. I would love Lunar to pivot into Destroy Your Stuff Turbo to compensate for having lower powered stats than the competition. Yeah, I think so. Like, there's 6s, which is super fun. But playing like the Lunar aggro deck nowadays is kind of hard because it has removal, but there's not that much for Elestrals because it used to be that the stats were good enough, but now the stats aren't good enough. But now you have all the rune removal, which is kind of cool, which used to be exclusive to like Thunder and sometimes Earth. But I feel like that deck can play the massive amounts of removal somehow anyways. You play Resting, you play Earthquake, you play like the guys in theory, like a Void are solid, but I don't know. Yeah, we had that, but it got limited. Yeah, right. Like the Lunar had you know what? I forgot his name. It's not even that important anymore. Ectoplasm. But yeah, Lunar struggles into high defense, right? Usually, because I think the difference now is that a lot of things are higher defense and people are learning how to play slower. But Lunar, I think Lunar is still really solid. It definitely needs a Stadium Searcher. When Lunar gets its Stadium Searcher in the next set, I think we're gonna be chilling for sure. So anyways, how would I change this list or improve it at all? I don't know. It's actually, we're getting to a tighter and tighter list for sure. And I do really like the Dugabus Dougie line inside of Earth and Dionysus. I think I've been loving seeing that come up again. I think it's currently our highest placing Earth list at the moment, which is cool to see that they're innovating with things like Gloombat and Dense Fog. This does make me think that Lunar, once again, slams this in, and it's pretty solid. And I probably would change the altar for the tsunamis, but I get Dougie altar, hit Dugabus, and ascend and pop on your opponent's turn is like just one of the greatest feelings in the world. So I get it. But cool. Good list. Okay. Next. Julian B. Whaley. Playing quadruple Lockagon. Quads Lockagon is messed up. Messed up. I thought this was dead. Turns out it's alive and well. Jertagua, cool. Lockagon, goat. Lockagon, goat. Foamy, goat. Aphoros, fish, goat. This is so cool. Let's check out that side deck real quick. Magnetic Force Field, again. Ridiculous, but whatever. Monsoon makes sense. Laurels, I would love Laurels in the main, but no Earthquake. It's fine. It's probably why I like it. Pandora's Box, I get it. Thunderstorm in the side, I think is good. I think that the fish deck should be running it just to take out some of those extra like runes, and like Thunderstorm is very viable in here. Like Boombat, similarly, I think this deck could be playing Boombat. But Quad Lockagon is sick, right? Because the idea is you just go like defense lock, heal, and then once you're set up for your double destructions, then if they don't remove it, then you just go, yep, cast Lockagon the next turn, and you're going pop, 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 and you're popping like 3 to 4 cards a turn. Is super, super solid. Plus the Spirit investment is that like you're just healing that back every turn, and Lockagon Turbo into your Drataya is like honestly very strong. If Lockagon OG was at 2, this deck would be like one of the best decks in the room, I swear. Like Lockagon is so good. It's so good. So yeah, for someone who looks at you the way Julian looks like water heal effects, so true. So true. So true. Double necklace and not the other necklace for Argo is really funny, but I also understand it's like if your Foamy dies, your Foamy dies, or if something like it gets hit, like it's not going to be amazing. And also just helps for the times where you like, there are times you definitely need the double necklace to really be nice. Why not use Champ Pelly in this? Good question. I don't know. I think Champ Pelly could be really cool, especially because you're setting up the like Lockagon gets removed or like shielded or something, and then you go Champ Pelly Nexus into Lockagon, and then effect Aphrodite search. But it's like it's just okay. Bad for Lock. Yeah, I feel like it could be good, but in a lot of ways, like the Jotagua is your setup there. I don't know. It's kind of similar. Like Jotagua is if it sticks around for a turn is that way. Yeah, you can't. Oh, you're so right. Champ Pelly does special lock, so you can't get the second lock. That's right. That's such a weird ruling. I understand. It's good that this card doesn't do it, but you're absolutely right. 110%. I completely forgot about the Peliquarius doing a special ascend, or a special cast, a special ascend, which is like whatever, and then this guy specialing. It's really good for Chronodile. Wait. Aw. Don't say that. Don't say Chronodile. Oh no. But yeah, 100% that's why. I love this list. This list fills me with so much joy. It's got everything good about the tempo. It's got everything good about the anti-Argo strategies, which is good against fire, of course. And bring back OG Lock. We can handle it. It's okay. OG Lock would make this deck so good and viable, and would make it less frustrating to play that you just gets outed and you're like, well, I guess the game's over. But quadruple lock is so sick. Quadruple lock, sick. Resting is a little bit goofy here, or the side deck's a little bit goofy here. But magnetic force field, it's like, okay. Thunderstorm, good, like that a lot. Monsoon, I like it a lot. Resting could go to the main deck for sure. But damn, this list looks good. Damn, this list looks good. Weathercaster. Oh, Cop Slop. All right, Cop Slop looking in here for OG. They're playing one of the champion foamy. Only one of the Ivory champ, I think, is very interesting here. I don't love this list because of that, but it's very interesting. One Rise, one Atlantis is also very funky because yeah, you're not. I guess you're searching off the champ Poseidon Glauby. That's interesting. Like you're making this more of like a cop toolbox. See, check on the side. Hey, Eddie Rock Curibus on the side. I'd like to see that. 2 Dense Fog. More people rocking up with Achilles Mixed is a big side deck choice. Pandora's at 3, Tip at 3. Shielded in the main, perfect. Tsunami in the main, perfect. Earthquake in the main, perfect. I think I would just like to see more removal. Rocking Hard Place to the main, I think would be sick. Yeah, Weathercaster is my arch nemesis now. One of my favorite reverse enchanting lists of all time. Very funky stuff from Weathercaster. But I like this deck. I just think that it needs to be tightened up a little bit. Again, I don't love the Glauby Majesty line, but I think if you're playing the Cop Majesty with Sluggle to get like your advantage of Atlantis Rise in the depths, I think that can be really cool. I just don't think that. I think you probably should be playing double Ivory champ in the deck for it. But again, I think in some capacities, this deck is just trying to do a little more of a slightly lower to the ground version and not like turboing into the elephant as much as possible. So I think that makes a lot of sense as from what I can see from this list. I think then the Eddie and everything could go to the main deck, but I like what the ideas are presented here. Again, no Ouroboros. I think this deck should play Ouroboros because sometimes has a problem getting over very large bodies. I guess the idea is it does conflict a little bit with Majesty Champ at times, which is fair. But so does, I guess, Drakid and literally everything. Aphros in here is interesting as a one-of to like kind of maintain value because you are oftentimes nexusing and keeping spirits on board. Only one Trident's criminal. I think this card's got to go 2 to 3 of, and also some capacity needs to be a 0 of and banned. But maybe it's just me. Triple Altar. Yep. This deck's like seeming like it has a lot of little bits and pieces and is doing a lot. And I think I would like to see this thing focused just a little bit. Is kind of the idea that I'm getting from it. But still very solid overall. I like the inclusion of the champ Poseidon and the Atlantis engine. That's a really cool, like, different way to play this deck. Cop Foamy is new here as well. And I think this is interesting for adding in a lot of your cards, like your whales and your toolbox cards, like your Aphroses, which is kind of cool. Or it doesn't add the Aphros, right? No, it doesn't, because it's ethereal, but it's aquatic and not the Cretan one. Yeah, 1 Trident and no Caprigal for the search is tragedy. See, and I kind of agree. I did talk with Weathercaster and they said my build was better. They should have watched my video before playing, but good on them for beating me out. I just got to do better in the next premiere. Hey, you and me both. You and me both. Kerp Viserys. Kier, what do you, hold on. What are you doing? Ascend the second Viserys with the Sloth. Makes sense. Now this makes sense. Now this makes sense. The Morfrost package stuff makes sense as far as the extra Morfrost stuff goes. Let's check the side deck. Rummelings, Cryoblast. Yep, tracks. Keon's Frostbite's also really interesting. I guess the Searcher is not great for it, truth be told. But it's back row bait. I mean, kind of. Isn't that so funny that it does that nowadays still too? Sauce. I mean, this is definitely sauce. I think Viserys inside of Paleoth is kind of gas. It's either going to be a Frost Enchanted 5 because under Stadium, and that you can ascend over the Paleoth has an extra body for it that does set up the same the Morfrost line stuff just in a different way. I like that spot. I do. This really is the breaker the magical war at this point. It is. Honestly, this is probably close enough to our breaker. It's like just a solid body that does its cool thing. It kind of even looks like it when you think about it. Wait, it kind of does look like breaker. Am I hallucinating? It's got the same head. The sword is kind of pointed up in the same way. They both kind of got like a little visor thing going on. Damn, wait a minute. Yes to the fact that I'm crazy, or yes that it looks like this. All right. Honestly, I think triple and Frost 6 could be crazy here. I just think every Frost deck needs to be playing triple and Frost 6. One Whiteout, Goat, Earthquake, Resting, Goat, and then Cryoblast for the rest of the removal, which I get. Main decking can be kind of tricky. Shield. Shocker, shocker. Shield in the main, Tsunami in the main, perfect. Double Alter is kind of cool. Triple Madness. How was Madness on how was Madness in the day? Because I feel like this deck is interesting with Madness. I guess to swing into Viserys is like the idea where you go Viserys, set one, pass, and then you go the magic combo of Dionysus swing, you win. Especially because Hera's playing so many rabbits, they just go rabbit, and you're like, all right, Dio, kill, the classic. So I like it. Again, I like the theory there too. Yeah, I cut it because of this. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like you have the Narpoon to search it, so I get that. Handling stuff tall with like your Madnesses, your Morfrost, your Dionysus. You're covering the tall stuff. You're covering the wide stuff with Paleoth, Neandersloth, Viserys, and the Morfrost engine, which is cool. Ice Age could maybe come up. I'm not sure if Ice Age is just too expensive in testing. And then Kyona's Frostbite, I guess, like, have you tried, like, Glacial Stasis, I feel like could be pretty good here. But we're in such a combat-heavy meta, it's kind of hard to tell if it's, like, if Kyona's Frostbite, I think, for me, is a good, but, like, you do have the Glacial Stasis inside, I guess it'd be, like, a 3 of, but, never mind, I'm just blind. All right, Boreas is the extra, Brummelix is the extra, Tsunami is the extra, makes sense. I think it's a very well-constructed deck, though. I like the Viserys in here a lot. Frostbite could be anything. It could even be Frostbite. I like the Viserys in here. Viserys is solid. What? I just like spilled water on myself. What a cool innovation. I like the innovation here. I like it. Classic. Man, it makes my boomer heart happy. Madness is also annoying for Fire Artifact, isn't it? Right? Yo, it's gonna win the Ascent. Good to see you. Hello, hello. And good morning, I think. Yeah, this is solid. I love me some Vis action. Sorin plays. I think we're now getting into the top 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're in our top 8 of our most recent premiere, and we're now getting to the top of the top, and some things that I know are pretty crazy. So first and foremost, side deck king of Ouroboros, side deck master. There's Dense Fog again. Again, I'm actually surprised that the Achilles Mist was not more on my radar for this kind of stuff, but it makes just a lot of sense in theory. It's good into Hera. It's good into like some of those matchups with like the weird stat boosting and defensive things. And a lot of people were on a very combat heavy like Argo and Tongs and some like really strange stuff that I think that Achilles definitely, the Chili Mix does help fix. 1/1 Centaur in the side. I kind of like this a little bit. This is our highest now placed in Earth deck. And so I like the Centaur September in the side deck because it doesn't come up all the time. You're focusing more on a better low to the ground deck with like double the Lockgon, Latagon stuff with Drataya is cool. Dugabus, Dougie, sick. Dirysis to make sure things are going through. Hop Root accrue value. Earthquake and resting in the main. No shield at all is crazy to me. I guess in Earth it can make sense because you can search tip with Synectar, so having that be the difference maker is there. But frankly, I think I would love to see shield in the main too. Shield or Tsunami on some level, but I can understand why it's not in here because you have Dionysus that does the Tsunami job-ish. Doesn't handle a wide board, but it can. Altar Stars, again, these are good for like individually singular threats, but this deck I feel like can struggle with wide boards. So I don't know. I do like the ideas. I think this deck does probably struggle against wide boards and wide pressure, from what I can tell. So except if it loses advantage, I think that's kind of the big thing with like tip. But shield I think would be good here. Tsunami I think could be good here. Other than that, though, it's just Dionysus Cyprong and the Dugabus stuff to cycle out the Cyprong and your Earth toolbox from the underworld. You're digging up your resources and you're saying, here's my tools. Here's where I buried it. Here's my tools. But sick. Cool deck. Oh! Man, what a beautiful list. What a beautiful list. I think our highest placing fish player of the day, Dimax, rocking up with something very similar to what I was playing last time. We were talking about it in the last from the last premiere to now, and I told him like I think you want to rock up with 3 Magneros, and like our side decks were vastly different. Mine was mainly vibes based, but rocking up with the 2 Boombats cool. The side deck Masta in terms of Ouroboros is sick. Cryoblast makes sense, like it comes in a lot with your with certain matchups, but not in every matchup. It's cool. Double Dense Fog, again, got to handle that for the Sloth matchup. Spoiled Fruit's a pretty good shout. I wonder like where this is going to go into, but we'll see. But yo, Dr. Barber, thank you so much for the $2. 16 likes on stream, 34 viewers. Get up voting. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys are liking the stream, make sure to leave a like. Let YouTube know that y'all liking this stuff so that other people can like it. I feel like that's how it works, but then again, I'm really bad at doing the streaming stuff, so you know, who knows? But I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the dollars. Thank you. The Spirit deck also is kind of a masterful mess. This is one thing I did not like about my own fish deck, was that the Tyralis in the main and the Tyralis in the main Spirit deck and having the Frost and the Owloon, it can be comfortable, but man, sometimes it just gets a little funky and a little heavy. I also was not necessarily prioritizing going Locagon often, which I really should have. And talking to Dimax a little bit about it, was that Kerberos was also similarly doing its job, but not overperforming like I thought. Like I thought that we thought that it thought we would. Rock and Hard Blaze go crazy here, of course. Magneros is 3 of. You can't go wrong with the list. It's just nice and solid. Double Shield in the main, Earthquake in the main, Rest in the main, and Rock and Hard Place in the main. That's 5 pieces of removal in the main, plus a wide board that you can make. Top end of Lockgun and Kerberos. Follows the formula, and super nice to see Dimax top 8 after months and months of being away. Very, very cool. Jatgam. Oh, I died just now looking at your list. Holy. Oh my God. Okay. Dude. Pent Toolbox. I mean, this is the deck that it should have won, honestly. Jatgam 6/7s rocking up here. This list is insane, is awesome. Oh my, this gets worse the more I look at it. Oh no. This gets I just looked. Oh, I scrolled down a little bit and I really started focusing. The thing that sent me, that took me out, was the Pantera. It's like, oh, and the Twindra, oh, and I was like pogging off. Nimbug, Stratoma, double P-Gust, not only with OG, but with the new P-Gust and Falocane in the main. Crazy. Galaxair bonkers. No, tell me you're not on Bag of Winds. Oh, because you can search it off the Nimbug. Oh, of course you can. Oh no. No, and you can, when it destroys an Elestral by battle, you can target destroy a rune. Oh, and it's gonna destroy Elestral by battle. You're always doing that. So you can pop like the Harrows, you can pop things on the board. Don't look at the Omni rune. Circle this. Based. 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 Did you miss the table 8 feature? No, yeah, I didn't see it. I missed a lot of the features from the day. Circle the Sky is so based. Oh, banger. Sirocco is crazy. The wins as a whole was messed up. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is crazy. Shield on the side is ridiculous. See, this breaks all the conventional, like, quote unquote, rules that I was talking about. And that's why I love it. It's sick. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit. The one-ofs everywhere is crazy because this is like true wind toolbox, which is like super, super silly. But what I like about this list, like a lot, is that Hydrake into Pantera, this makes so much sense and it's really solid. I don't know how it feels to have 2-1 versus 1-2, honestly, but I feel like the battle one comes up a little more, which is partially why it's there. But it's like Circle the Sky, Nexusing to Hydrake after you search your Pantera to go off on your combo immediately is super, super nice. Did you know that bag has an additional effect besides room protection? Yeah, I just found out now too. I had no clue. Super cool. I like the 1/1 search for Stratamoth in here too, like P-Gust and the Fountain. You're just covering all the bases here. This is crazy. This is crazy. Like Pandora's Box, I don't love that. That could probably be shield, frankly, in the main, but like, God, this deck is doing so much. This Spear deck is terrifying too. Like that must be like super, super funny to manage. But yeah. You had a little influence on this list. This does have some zero writings on it where it's like there's these incidental synergies and finding these like little like combo mechanics in here. I can definitely believe that. I can definitely believe that. Where it's like, yeah, here's your games, you're like impossible to out game state. When you reach this checkmate, you're chilling. And that's a zero classic. It's like, yeah, double cracking champs, or yeah, I'm gonna bring out like a really hard board state for my opponent to deal with. Getting the reps in against me in testing, banger. Champ Sorlet went hard. Okay, Champ Sorlet is, I think, really strong. Ari was running something very similar to like the Sorlet line with the aggro win toolbox. And yeah, I mean, like when you're equalizing and Sorlet comes down, especially with like island and boosting stuff, there's like a lot of random 3s and 4s, or like there's 3s with the platypulses and stuff, and then Chrysor can then hit over things. It's so funny. I feel like it's like really, really solid. And then you set up for your Pantera after you have this big 2-drop that's maybe not necessarily outed, so then you get to like twist the knife after you've like solidified your game. Super inspired. Super inspired. That side deck can be swapped in after matches, or how does that work? So the side deck, how it works is that you start off game 1 with every single card in your main deck, and you play that out that way. You can't change anything about it in that first game. Second game and third game, you get some time after the game is completed to move cards from your side deck into your main deck. The rule is there that if you swap out 2 cards from your side deck and put in 2 cards into your main deck from the side deck, you have to take out 2 cards from your main deck and put them in your side deck. And you swap those things out. So for example, let's say I'm playing against a water deck and Tsunami does not work against water cards. I can say, okay, let me take out the Tsunami from the main for games 2 and 3, and then put in Patroclus's Dice, for example. And that's kind of how that works, is that your side deck is there to help complement and cover weaknesses, and to allow yourself to strengthen your deck over time, and not just like auto lose to a lot of your stuff. So that's how it kind of works in between. Yeah, so after games, not necessarily the matches. And then after the match is complete, after the 2 out of 3 is complete, then you have to restore your main deck and side deck to their submitted and natural state. Yeah, Football Combat line is just crazy work. Drop OG Twindra for a 3rd Exaltair. Yeah, Cobalt, I made sure I had 15 for you. Amazing. Yeah, I think like I heard the Twindra stuff is like old Twindra is kind of cool, but honestly, I think I really like new Twindra. New Twindra's not nice for just like swinging over stuff and getting over bodies, but I understand this card is like just annoying to deal with, and it's like, oh god, if I get rid of it and destroy it. But there's so much like things that are like shield or removal nowadays, like the mass amounts of removal, that makes this card a little bit worse. So maybe taking the damage is like really nice after you clear like a 4 body and you can like swing in for 3 or 4 damage at a time. I can really appreciate that. And into Bag of Winds, attacking twice, killing 2 things, and then popping 2 cards. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that kind of crazy? Because I either went hard or it bricked. I can with this amount of Elestrals and this amount of one-ofs, like I can definitely see that be true. I can definitely see that being true. Yeah, if you slap wins on the Pantera, it just snowballs. Yeah, absolutely. I love the Circle the Sky for that reason. I think Circle the Sky, if there was ever a format for Circle the Sky, I think it would be now, frankly. Like, we're in the position where 3-drops are very worth it and are very good. Like, it used to be the fact that was true, but now because they're searchable, it makes us more consistent. And I wanted to mess around with like a Stratamoth build with Circle the Sky, to where you were still doing Stratamoth stuff on turn 2, but just now with Circle the Sky to really like facilitate some of the combos. And Penterror Turbo, where you're just going into like Hydrake Search, go Circle the Sky, drop Penterror on the next turn, I think is like really killer. And so I think this list has so much sound logic. The tempo turbo into Tornado P-Gust Valacane is crazy. I wish there was a Tornado Searcher, frankly. But yeah, honestly, the only thing I can say is like to make this deck more consistent is just tightening down ratios to make sure those gamble games don't necessarily happen that much. But overall, really inspired deck. Very cool strategy. I love True Wind Toolbox with the Penterror aggro, or just saying like to rewind a little bit. The idea here, it's the Findus. I mean like a real one. That one's. I mean, do I have to play Findus Search the Tornado? Why can't I get a when this card is added to hand, Search the Tornado, and then I can play P-Gust the next turn? You know. I love Findust. I don't want to have to get rid of my normal cast for Tornado. Not yet. But I don't know. I think this is the big thing though, is I think there's a big contingency for game plan decks to have like Gorgons checks. And this deck does say Gorgons me. It says Gorgons me. And if it doesn't, then it's like, okay, you're just doing like, okay, if one of these passes the Gorgons check, then you're like ahead, which is awesome. That's what the Moth is for. Also true. You know what? That's fair. Go Moth, go Cast, go P-Gust. Love the P-Gust too for like some searching. Big fan. This deck, I think we can cook on this deck. The Ares list. Big fan of this one. Big fan. Yeah, what normal cast? Yeah, that's right. Never mind. Galaxair Search, Circle the Sky the Galaxair. Go crazy. Banger. Magnetonics. Okay. I gotta just say it. Bellowbee is goated, okay? Like, let's be real here. Bellowbee is super heads up. I think the theory here is super sound. I like Bellowbee inside of this deck, especially playing cards like Hestia. Because now you get to go Hestia, special cast out Bellowbee, and either you get to then protect something on your side, like a Nekroth that you're casting, an Astrabbit that you're casting, which makes the boosting really good, or you're searching stuff with Remical, you're getting the Volcaries out to search. I don't love Brioji Volcaries, but I get it. And then like the Bellowbee, like Tsunami immune, Alter immune, Dionysus immune, Gorgon's immune, Shield immune. All of the most prominent counter runes in the game that are in here. And by the way, they're passing some of the checks. You have removal in the form of Laurels and Eruption. This one's kind of a half one. I think Earthquake could be good here. Shield is perfect. Argo, I think this deck can play Argo pretty comfortably. Theursis is kind of weird, but I get it. It's like to protect and make sure that like, if you're going for a big like wombo play with like a Tongs and a Theursis and a Necra, if you're playing around Tsunami pretty often. Earthquake on the side, I guess that can make sense. I get it. This might be pushing it. That one might be pushing it. I don't even hate Hestia's Hearth in here, but this one might be pushing a little bit. I would love to see like some Ouroboros on the side or some sort of like different side deck, but I kind of get it. I also think, hot take, that this deck instead of Rumicole could play the new Rumicole instead. Like you play Rumicole into get back Tongs from your Underworld. And then use like Tongs control with now your Bellowbee making certain cards like unaffected, right? It's a little more expensive, but it also allows you to play into Volcaries better and make those artifacts like a little more free. I think that makes a lot of sense. The Stadium Wars thing I can see coming up though, because there was a lot of people that were on Stadium Wars, so it can be kind of a fun one. Tongs is fine, just play Mudslider Monsoon. I kind of agree. I actually don't like Tongs is powerful, but Tongs is not like, okay. Tongs is strong for sure. But I don't think Tongs is like broken by any means, which is really funny because it's like the thing with Tongs that I think this deck really solves is that your deck can go wide. But Tongs' previous weakness, like all artifacts, is that because it's attached to one solo dude, it gets shielded, it gets earthquaked, it gets whatever. Then, you know, it's gone. And it's like, oh, okay, that was good. It was scary for a second, and now it's not. Alternatively, it helps Fire maintain advantage and to really push for some big bodies, especially in like the Fire artifact range. So it's insane if it resolves, absolutely. And you know, like you gotta respect it. It's a card you have to respect in the meta. Volcaries is a card that like means it's pretty good. Alternatively, if Volcaries isn't involved, then it's a really expensive card ultimately. And so the balance is in small micro ways. If adding 4 is crazy, and adding 2 is crazy, and insane a Fire Elestral, not Fire Enchanted Elestral is kind of bonkers. But yeah, Ouroboros eats it alive, Shield eats it alive, Tip eats it alive too. That's part of the reason why I played Tip in my main deck, is because it's like, yeah, if they destroy like your Aphrodite, that sucks, but it's like, then you clear their board, because typically they would go like they would go Volk, set a card, Hephaestus. They'd kill your Aphrodite after you tip them. And then it's like, cool. All right, now we've equalized. Now I'm going to go fish and still do fish combo and set a card. And now I'm back in the game. And that's like you spent 2 spirits, and they spent 1, 2, technically 3, and then also discard a card. It's like, okay, I'll take that trade. Yo! What's going on, Lunars? Hello, hello, hello. I just rewind back to stream with some of my deck. I use Morfrost, the backup Sloth main fallback. Sloth's main fails, no fallback. They out the Paleoth and you weep. Also no shield Argo. Eats Hephaestus live. Oh, true. Very late. FYI, you don't need the Necklace of Aphrodite to lock to perfect Foamy. Just put Foamy in attack. Wait, true. True. Also, I do like the fact that it's, yeah, attack Foamy is really scary as a 6 is really interesting. I personally think the Necklace of Aphrodite is great for the bridge. I love the bridge for an Aphrodite and the necklace, and the heal is super nice, personally. A lot of really funny things you can do too by having like a necklace on a dude, and then like go like necklace on a dude with OG lock, swing in, heal, have it crash, heal 2, pop 1, swing in 2 is like kind of fun. I can dig it. The 4 lock is like real inspired though. Yeah, the Drat Champ search base Feroz. Oh, you can search the base Feroz with Drat. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. That's cooking. That is, I didn't realize that. Holy. Torchin with Tongs is hilarious. Essentially what I did in Dallas. Torchin with Necklace. I can't believe I knew this was the zero agenda. This card's not a Volcari's card. It's a Torchin card. Insane. So, okay. I think this list is actually super solid. I don't love Thyrsus. I think Thyrsus could have been something else. I don't love Madness, but I get why Madness is there to capitalize on Tongs, swing into the Tongs dude, and it's good to go. I get it. Probably, I think this could have cut down. I think the Forge could have cut down. Rummacoal could be new Rummacoal. This deck can sometimes get really expensive, so it also could be like the Bellowbee stuff. I love Bellowbee. Good card, good line. Ash Rabbit with the Hestia stuff for Ash Rabbit to enchant to buff everything up makes this impossible. I don't think we should be playing 3 Volcaris though. 3 OG Volcaris makes sense, but I think 3 Champ in this deck specifically, because you're really trying to maximize off of your Hestia stuff, makes much more sense to me. Because after you establish the Volcaris, even if you only have the one Hephaestus, you are still getting like repeat value off of its like the Hephaestus sticking around and the other Volcaris then making the Tongs and like the other stuff free, personally. Which is why I don't think we need this one. Part of that is because I think, yes, well, this card can get over things easy like a Riceridge or Riceros. Like you go Hestia, they have a Riceridge in defense, and this should have like 2, 3, 4. This thing becomes a 7, 8 with the Bellowbee. And like that makes it easier to get over stuff. I can see the combo line. It's just kind of funky. Yeah, this is only XO and Swiss. And honestly, kind of well deserved. This deck list cooks in so many small ways. Tongs really just brings this deck together. But I love Hestia making Fire have like a fish ability to spam the board, which definitely fixes the problem that I have with Fire Artifact. Bellowbee fixes the problem that like the deck is super susceptible to shield, which is huge. So the problem-solving narrative inside this deck is really solid. Again, the theory is sick, and yeah, I think this is a very, very, very strong list, personally. Rajwa. Okay. I don't know if Ra is here. Is it Ra XA, or is it like, how are you pronouncing the X portion? Because I think I've seen it a few times, and I'm like, I want to say one thing, but I'm definitely gonna get it wrong on the desk. Or the secret third thing, is it like you're saying like the she, like X, Russia. Makes sense. All right. Russia's list. Russia's list for the July 11th. I'm gonna practice that a little bit for the desk. So we have Centaurber and Sprouter with our Ladygon Lockgun line, or Ladygon Side Nectar, Dugibus. Again, a lot of Dionysus. What made people think of Dionysus for this event? Because I don't think the Dionysus did particularly insane in the previous one, and maybe just felt the best as like people's testing. They're like, yeah, this feels pretty good, and it's a decent deck list overall. I don't doubt that. Don't doubt that. Side deck, 2 Tsunami. Ooh, there's some spice. Love the Tectorus. Wait a minute. This is good. Wait a minute. How was Tectorus during the day? I'd be curious, because like that's a pretty decent call with like how much spirits you're putting on the board. It's not the same as the artifact deck for sure, but I think Tectorus gets better as its Hades counterpart, and also its like eventual like more spirits on the board section, right? But dang, that's good. Side deck, Master in the Ouroboros, Catabat, Dense Fog. There's Dense Fog again, which is crazy. Comfort pick, like the last consistent back Tectorus was for the mirror. Oh, honestly, cooking. I think legitimately cooking, because there were a surprising amount. I would have not expected a Dionysus. I would have not made this meta call, but very strong, very, very strong. enough low to the ground plays to beat Hera and a good turbo top end to beat over any guy that Tongs has insane. It's pronounced how it's written, duh. True. Colbert Sanderson is Colbert Sandier is spit. I was trying to think of how I can butcher the name, but it's so hard to do even when I'm reading it. It's so hard even when I'm reading it. 1 Laurels, I think again, shoot up Laurels to the main. Tsunami, I think could definitely come up to the main. I get you have the Poison Nectar, which I like the main, but it feels kind of silly sometimes. It's like a decent one to search or kind of have off. I think Dice, again, Dougie, I go back and forth on if I like Dice, but I think that the Patroclus's Dice is sometimes just okay. I do think it makes sense here in the way that we're playing with the Dougie and Dugabus stuff. On down to 2 Dugabus is also pretty interesting. So invent an extra L with Cobalt is insane. Yeah, it's because we say Cobalt instead of Cobalt, but it's Cobalt. Colt. There's another American pronunciation we say that we say with an extra L in it, and I'm trying to remember what it is. Because I want to say it's like something goofy. A lot of things up in there. But yeah, I think it makes sense. It's one thing that's so hard to really evaluate on these lists is what is the good, bad, otherwise. I like the ratios of the Senector tip though. I think 2 tip is perfect. Is it searchable? You're never gonna need it. Shield, perfect in the main. I like Dionysus, of course, because you can search everywhere. Hopperoo could have been a cool inclusion here. The Tectaris is super heads up. Love the Achilles Mist. Going for resting on your laurels instead of the Poison Nectar, I think for me would complete this list out. And again, I don't love or hate September, but aluminum. And I think, yeah, I don't know. I'm so of 2 minds of the September Centaur, but I think it's good for the big closeout, truthfully, and can really help a lot. I think Tudrataya makes sense. It sucks because this card is definitely a big sometimes card unless you're playing the 2 Latagon, but the Splash Engine is super solid at playing your true Earth Toolbox card. Shoutouts to Equilinx, my one-up goat. Tectaris, wow, what a cool side deck option. Kryber, oh, I was so curious. And Zip Possum in the side deck, ooh, Electro Possum and triple high voltage. See, and this makes sense to have with the Rice Origin here. Interesting. So it's definitely going for a Hera beat strategy with the Scepter and the Rabbits, you can kind of tell. But similarly, wow, we had our top 3 decks were Hera. That's insane. I thought we had 3 to 4 Heras in here, which is crazy. I missed the Hera discussion. How do you feel about the deck? Unfortunately, I think Hera is so hard to balance for because I fundamentally don't like the idea of a deck that is constantly in theory surmountable without it gets its free resources back, and it's one of the only decks in the game that can commit to a board or not commit to a board and then just get it all back. I don't like that as a concept inside of the game of Elestrals, because things like Hermes also scream that way to me, where it's and this is gonna sound very rogue pet decky, but it's my deck tried so hard and your deck just did this thing. And I think it's funky because I like the deck a lot. It's so cool and does a lot of really cool things, but it can also be equally very frustrating to play against because it's you're constantly, you can never win a grind game, which is fine. That's okay. The strengths of Hera is that you can do that. But in a game like Elestrals, the one thing that I find somewhat frustrating is the fact that you now make key cards like Gorgons, Dice, and Tip very cheap, these are some of the most powerful cards in the game. You also don't really have to worry about Spirit Math splashing because you're just going to get it all back eventually. Everything is discounted because of your Heras, unless you're running back row removal, but similarly to like that. We don't have enough of it to really facilitate the game plan getting gone. So all the best cards in the game are discounted, which no other deck has. The deck can play control. The deck can build a wide board with stuff like Platypulse and like break apart boards. It just has every single tool possible to win. The only thing that was keeping it from the last format being really good before ban list was pace. It was always losing pace to Moth, always losing pace out to like Bears. It was just not keeping up because of the constant removal. But now that removal's been a little bit curbed, the deck can do what's supposed to do, which is play a little slower, a little lower to the ground, and consistently heal back its stuff. Yeah, and it's so funky. It's just like, I both love and hate it. You know, that's like the give and take with Hera. It's like, that's a cool thing it can do, but also can be equally very frustrating. So I don't know. That's like my feelings on Hera though. I love the lists though. They're really cool. I love seeing Hera pilots do stuff because it is a deck of do stuff. Like if you want to play a deck that like says I get to consistently play the game, Hera is the way to go. And frustratingly, as a control strategy, that sucks. But as a cool aggro strategy, that's cool, but also sucks. So, you know, give and take. Matches against Kryber were my hardest. He has a couple of cards that win the mirror in the main while I don't have them in this. Well, I don't have them in the side, even if this was a mistake. Fair. I guess this is how every deck in Sunstrike works. Every premiere, we do mirrors or near mirrors in the finals. True. There has been a lot of like tier 1 formats where most of the decks in the game, in the top conversion are the same, or at least in the top 4 particularly. It's like, oh, Hera is clearly the best deck in the room, or oh, Fire is clearly the best deck in the room today. And it kind of rotates in and out as the meta shifts, which is kind of cool, but like, I feel like it's also dependent. Yeah, and because the mirrors are funny because nothing changed from last mirror and now people just keep innovating and adjusting. Yeah, and that's also kind of the cool part. Like we talked about this earlier in the format or in the stream. And don't get me wrong, like as much as like there's some complaints and like whinging and all this stuff that I can do, man, this format's sick. This format's really, really good. Like there's decks can do the things they want to do. There's some clear outliers in terms of power, like Earthquake, Laurels, and Gorgons are all just incredibly frustrating to play with and against. But for the most part, there is just like so many cool things you can do, and a lot of things you get to do, and a lot of things you get to like experiment with and innovate upon. Finally we have a lot of tools to buff and change the decks. This is the best format since mid Firestorm. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think this is the best format since the live stream one. Like I think the best formats Elestrals has had is the last live stream meta and this one. I think that like every single format has its ups and downs. Every single format has its big thing, but there are so like it finally feels like Elestrals is playing to its strengths. And in how you play, how you think about the game, how you deck build, the cool different synergies, the spirit inclusions, like Moonrise Enchilada format, kind of, right? Like there's so many, the things, this format to me fixes the things I didn't necessarily love about Moonrise. Because I like Moonrise in the form that I think some of the things you can do in Moonrise are sick, but it's definitely got a lot of degeneracy under the hood and definitely has a ton of stuff that's really frustrating. But the known quantities and kind of the kind of dialed in meta makes it to where you can innovate. This sounds really strange. Like the restrictions on the meta feel like there's not a lot of like room to wiggle. But what that really allows is for top players and deck builders to then say, here are the rules of engagement. Here's how we can break the rules and how we can play within the rules. And here's how the meta is shaping out around those rules. And it's like kind of solid, you know? This is the second best format right behind fives. See, that's the fun part, right? Is that that's partially why I think I like this meta, is we are finally shifting away from fives. We have fives principles in here, but Elestrals is kind of just fives when you think about it. Because of pace, because of how important tempo is inside of Elestrals, tempo will always beat out card advantage in Elestrals, right? Like realistically speaking, because of the limited actions you can do. And because of that design philosophy and design principle, you do miss a lot of things that ultimately other card games I think would then say is like breaking the rules in itself, right? Does that make sense? It's like card advantage historically is how a lot of card games operate off of, but Elestrals is so tempo based. And as soon as you lose tempo, the game gets infinitely harder and sometimes is just insurmountable, which can be very frustrating, but also kind of makes it interesting, and how you play around with that makes sense. Yeah, I think there being 3 to 4 different versions of Hera currently that can all be good without boxing other strategies is good. Agreed, completely. And that's, I think, what the beauty of this is that even the best decks in the room, Fire and Hera, have different like interplay between all of them. Dionysus is now thrown in the mix and like showing up results and like proving, which is awesome. And then like there's a lot of different cool stuff now that we can now account for, and we can now like build for. Even Justin's list is a response to that. Fish being back is kind of a testament to that too, where it's like, oh yeah, Fish kind of plays within these principles, and how do you apply that to older strategies is really neat, right? I can't wait for y'all to see Snowshade. Oh, I'm so ready for Snowshade. But it's crazy. Okay. I will say this about Snowshade. I'm excited for Snowshade, but not in the same way I was excited for Sunstrike. For Sunstrike, I was like, save me, Sunstrike, save me. Where I was like, I'm kind of tired of these 5s formats. We've been in live stream for 8 months. It's like, I want something to breathe new life into the game. And boy, howdy, did Sunstrike do that. So instead of save me, Sunstrike, save me, I'm just regular excited for Snowshade, which is like a new experience. Like, every single set in Elestrals is hype, and the new stuff is really cool, but it always feels like it's like, okay, please next set fix or change the things that I don't like about the last format. And it's just very funny because I'm like, for the first time in a long time, I'm just like, I think I'm just plain excited. I don't really know what Snowshade can fix or change that would be like, wow, I really hate this thing, please fix it. And maybe there is stuff, but all outside of that, I'm just like, yeah, I'm hype. It's there. It's very funny. It's very funny to think about. I don't know if anyone else is in that same position, but it's like, it's just cool. Plus, I'm excited for Hades and Athena. So save me an additional Athena goth baddie. Save me. All right. Moving on to the other Hera list, because there are 3 in our top 4 slots. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's happening. Oh my god, it's happening. Okay. Spoiler alert, we're gonna have a deck profile come out on to the channel. Yeah, it's just Harry. Correct yourself. Fair. We're gonna have a deck profile coming out on the channel. That's Justin is going to be going over more of the theory and more of the rationale behind the big bomb Voltempest Griffuse. I can tell you already. Justin also very much wanted to find a slot for that World Championship Voltempest. I'll just say it. I'll just say it. But this list is super cool. The other theory, the other testing portions, the more in-depth thoughts Justin will be able to give y'all coming up on the channel sometime soon, so keep an eye out for that and keep a lookout. Subscribe to the channel, all that good jazz if you want to get blah 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 blah. Notified YouTube. But let's talk about this list because it's a freaking wallop. We have both removals in the main deck. We have Shield, we have Tsunami, triple Platypulse, which is like the really cool one. We have Thunderstorm in the side deck, correct. Boombat in the side deck, correct. Ouroboros in the side deck, correct. Like this is, it's like, look at the removal here. The removal for different scenarios, and Boombat coming in is crazy. The Spirit deck is wild, but he'll explain the Spirit deck here at in the deck profile. From what he was telling me, it's a little bit of a spoiler. You could go down on Zaptors. All right. Voltempest is crazy. So here's the real thing. A lot of people were trying to go for Galvenom, and a lot of people were trying to go for their other 2 drops. But what happens when you're playing the mass amount of the Zeuses and Heras, your divine runes, you have banks like your Scepter of Hera, or alternatively other things for stuff like your Gryphus. And it's really, really strong when you can just go Platypulse, drop Gryphus, go Astro Rabbit, go Volt Tempest, go Unk, do some shenanigans, right? We were thinking about Volt and Hera, but it seemed a little worse than other Hera champs. But having a second place Volt is a good thing to make you want to play it over anything else. I mean, yeah, a little bit, right? So here's, in my opinion, one of the things I think Justin's list solves for Hera is Hera can sometimes just straight up be a do-nothing deck. And Gryphus Volt Tempest gives like an oh shit button to be like, your opponent has to respect this stuff. And they have to respect Hera anyways, because you're playing like the different like supporting players that are accruing advantage and breaking apart boards and doing the thing that Hera wants to do. But other than just kind of sitting there and healing and making the games take forever, you can now make your opponent suffer in a different way. And that's, I think the beauty of it is now having like an unconditional win condition that just says, oh my God. I can never get the three card combo. This was also when I was testing against Josh and he opened like 3-card bear combo like 80% of the time. Josh is not a good metric for how a deck will perform, except for if you win. If you beat Josh, then the deck is broken. But I don't understand how Josh's hands like are like that. But then again, Josh has just got like an insane game sense and like knows how to play his cards and hold them in such a way where it's like, damn, you're good. It's crazy. I wish Josh played more. I know Josh is caught up with work and other things, but it is like the Josh dichotomy. I had this one copy pasta about like Josh board states where it's like you look up and all of a sudden it's like a 14 Spirit Chivalror and you're like, how did you do that? And he was like, it happens every game. I don't know. And I'm like, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. One of the best players to ever touch the game, and just is clipped by the societal pressures of having to have a job. Gross. Anyways, yeah, heal 1, Volt pass, re-enchant is also crazy. Like Volt being like a Shield of Achilles 7 is awesome. But I'm able to plan ahead and hold combo pieces for the optimal timing, but he always opens it. That's all. Also is kind of just Elestrals, by the way. When you have these like power 1-ofs and removals and like the things you exactly need, maybe the problem is also the Elestrals like side of it where it's like, yeah, Gorgon's Gaze is kind of crazy, right? I don't know. There's a big mix there. But anyways, the more like, yeah, normal cast Boombat Expended Draw was also unexpected play. Yeah, I don't know what was up with it. It's probably just like I think he like concede immediately after. I don't exactly know what was going on there. But yeah, this is like, by the way, Boombat being in this deck being the best Ascension with the Platypulse is kind of crazy. Yeah, game was over at that point. Yeah, I think that's what I heard for that one. Anyways, Volt Tempest Gryphus is kind of wild and really cool to see, especially with the championship card from Justin. Of course, you're playing Zeus instead of Hera because it's one of the best things that you can do, just straight up, period. And the list is super solid and sound. Ricerage Rabbit makes these card combos like a lot more consistent too, because you're just seeing them off of your altars, off of your reenchants, off of your draws, off of your like your multiple foretells. So really cool. All right, we'll go into more depth in that inside of the deck profile. For now, the champion of the July 11th Elestrals premiere is, of course, our 4-time champion now, Dallas Open, Atlanta Open champion, Bo. Q is too short, Bo is too short, but Bo is not short on championships. Look at this deck. And all I gotta say about it is it looks like Hera. Let's check the side deck real quick. Side deck here, Monsoon, Laurel, Thunderstorm, Mount Olympus, Tip, Boombat, Tsunami, Pandora's. You know, you can't go wrong with it. 13 Zaptor as well. Can definitely go down. Put the Laurels in the main deck. Main deck that Laurels. but I like it. 3 shield, check. Earthquake, check. Imperial, banger. Ricerage. You know, we talked about Ricerage in terms of the Consent Rhino. I don't necessarily love it in the main, especially with like a pool of Hera cards and Hera players out there, but it's a good card. It's a solid card, you know? Ain't nothing wrong. I think this speaks to Imperial. I think Imperial is a great setup payoff for a lot of these cards, and especially in like the board states I know that Bo gets into, which is like having the ability to have the Imperial be your big bomb drop. The Magneros lines I know Bo is also known to do is also really cool. I talked about this a little bit in the deck profile with Justin, but the sort of play patterns that a lot of typical Hera players will have is utilizing the small guys in ways that like, not necessarily say like keep them on the board, but you know, Bo using Magneros to say, I'm going to maintain resources in the Quackles, in the in the Rice Roses, in the Joltons, and then keep the Magneros on the board to swing versus like losing out on your Quackle and your Jolton. It also helps like Quackle set up for Quackle search, Magneros bounce, Quackle again, to now get double Hera setups, which that's, I think, when realistically Hera gets really, really crazy, is when you have multiple Heras on the board, healing every turn, allowing you to keep up advantage for things like, again, your Imperial drops, or it's alternatively winning the grind game with some excellent removal tools and excellent Elestrals tools. Counter-Rune Suite is sick, super killer too. Arcolith for the jump scare. You have Boombats on the side for removal. Laurels, Mount Olympus for some OG attack boosting shenanigan. Thunderstorm, perfect, makes sense. And Monsoon on the side. Plus the Wind Spear on the side, which as opposed to the Spicy's list, which I know the Wind was in the main. But yeah, solid list. And congratulations to Bo for winning out and making an insane run after, I know for so long, trying to make Hera work and really practicing grinding out with Hera, which is just the Bo classic, can I just say? Like, even back in Moonrise, like Bo grinding with Solar and making Solar work, and then we end up with a format where like the deck is the craziest deck alive, and turns out like Bo is gravitating towards the deck that like gives her the most tools to operate on, is like an Elestral story that is time and time again. So family is the worst Hera card. So true. I think it's good. I don't know. I like it in some capacity, but I also understand like the not playing it. Even then, I think that ultimately the technical ability that Hera, or the technical plays that allows from Hera, and also the control ability that Hera also allows, makes this a very interesting tempo strategy, as well as one of the most Elestrals decks of all time. I'll say that. All right. Congratulations to Bo, and that wraps up our July 11th premiere. You know, we looked over all the top 32 decks, a lot of Dionysus, a lot of Hera, decent amount of Sloth as well in there, and the Fire Artifact decks were a little bit less this time around, but still pretty prominent. I think just people were very much like anticipating them. Hera also doing super well means that Hera was very well positioned in this sort of premiere compared to the last one. Fire Discard definitely didn't show up and show out as I thought it would. But big innovations that I saw from this list, or from this premiere, was an increased the Achille Mix card from the Dense Fog, as well as the Dougie and Dugabis package coming in, which I thought was really cool. And I liked that quite a bit. Yo, what's going on, Andrews? Hello. Good to see you. Yeah, good luck on your store champs, everyone. Make sure to go support your LGS. Speaking of which, after moving on from this, we do have a special every deck portion. Shoutouts to Lone Star pack breaks for our Sunstrike Store Championship. It happened a couple days ago, right after the premiere. For us, happened yesterday, and I want to show off some deck lists that my locals ended up playing at. If you saw this, I played some Secret Sauce, and this is the really cool one. I one, shout out to the Dallas crew, always showing up and supporting down for your locals. It's always super fun, and always a great time. The Texas crew is always, I always love seeing them out at places, and it's always super fun whenever I can make it. It's so funny because it's like we host locals on Sundays, and it's either like a premiere or it's been like a holiday or something going on. But I'm finally happy that we were able to like get together and play and rock with some Elestrals. Thinking about these lists, and I should look at the music a little more hype, because very, very funny. Hold on. Holding. There we go. Okay. If you're looking to play inside of your store championships as they come out now, making sure to get those beautiful Tornagens, those amazing 75 to 20 points for your extra worlds qualifying. Maybe here's some deck lists for y'all to check out. Some shout outs to my Dallas crew and Special Sauce that I think I was going to be playing in the last premiere. I took Fish, I was a little scared, and it's a very killer list I liked a lot. All right, first is Josh. Exosh's list is a full lunar package for Lunar Dionysus with a Pharaoh Geist. Is very interesting to me. Side deck wise, we're going more for the Gloombat, which I think is, again, very heads up. I like the Gloombat inclusion inside of Lunar. I think there's a lot of decks that are just not respecting it, and it's good against Hera. I think this is super sick. Ouroboros too. Main deck it because you're playing Lunar. Pharaoh's interesting here. I think this deck could play the Possum line to facilitate the Pharaoh Geist, but I like it a lot. You know, the Camel is scary and solid. But love Havoc Pulveror as like Lunar beatdown stuff. So it's like you're playing Werepups to clear space and room. Havoc also means that you're now trying to like effectively go into like a 6 and an 8. And this is cool. I think the bones are here. Definitely need some refining. But overall, Earthquake Laurel's the main. Killer. Lunar Phase, probably bump up to 2. And the side deck wise, Gloombats on the side, Dense Fog on the sides. I can dig it. Karthos, rocking up with the Fire Discard. I like this one. I think this is very similar, if not the same, of the Brewlock list. Okay, a couple differences here. We have Fully Forest on the side here, which I think is kind of interesting for like the random stadium matchups. And I can say that's kind of neat, actually, especially for the burn side of things. The main deck inclusion of Thunderstorm, I think, is really solid, because you can also loop this with a Noxid, right? So you Thunderstorm, Noxid, grab it back, kill off the second Hera. I think this is pretty chill. Honestly, in some capacities, better than double Eruption nowadays, because keeping Hera off multiple Heras is really important. So, big fan. I'd probably go for a third Brimscale here and try to find space for the third Brimscale. Maybe like cut a Reforge on this. But overall, this is super solid. Maybe also try to fit in a Tsunami too. I think this deck can maybe struggle with going like wide boards going over it. Can be there, but again, Dice and Shield going in, and very solid strategy, I think, overall. Yeah, I can dig it. Rookie going in with the Champ Javlantis stuff. And I really think the Veritaqua and the Javlantis line is pretty slept on in a lot of capacities, especially with like, again, the Pelquire stuff is cool. Rocking a Hard Place in the main is super sick. Toggle for the heal back, I know, is kind of important. The only thing here is I think this is like kind of missing some counter runes. We talked about it, of course, I think at the card shop, and kind of improving this deck list too. Again, I like the side deck of the Majesty Champ. Like, not committing to that main deck is kind of good, because again, it's just so situational sometimes. Veritaqua is really good into the meta, especially into like the Hera stuff with the set Rhycerage and the big booty rabbits. So having the Veritaqua is really cool, and you have another engine that's a lot more aggro. So like swapping out some ratios for like triple rock in a Hard Place, the Eddie Kerbis package to really go into, and then Javlantis and Tsunami is like, yeah, Tsunami jump scare is really crazy. I like that a lot, honestly. And then yeah, I think the Pandora's box could just be extra copies of Shield, and now you have your tempo lines, you have your removal lines. And then you have your Ivory Champs, which is incredibly scary to deal with, along with like your Veritaqua Splash. Very cool to see. And I think this engine is a little bit slept on. I like Javlantis a little bit. Nate playing Hera. This was such a scary game. I remember our games lasting, like we played in bracket, and I remember our games lasting a little bit of time because I was like sitting there just on my, spoiler alert, big boss Elestral forever not attacking into shields, and then we just go pass back and forth until one of us was drawing our outs, and that was effectively the big portion. Again, high voltage with the Ricerage makes a lot of sense. Opting to go for a double Ricerage in the Signetric line is kind of cool, popping out some of those counter runes. I think double Imperial versus the Signetric I think could be kind of cool. Otherwise, in the side deck we got Onk. Hey, there's the other Imperial. Hey, look at that. Catabasis is pretty solid. Shield of Achilles probably into the main could be good. I like Dice. I do. I don't love Dice. And Hera, I don't know if it needs it, but sometimes the dudes are just small enough to where I can understand it. Triple Thunderstorm main. I had like I had something out plus like a Gorgon's Gaze. Like said, I was like, I should be fine. And he goes Thunderstorm to start, and I'm like, oh no, wait, that's really good. So I really do like that a lot. Double Family too to attack into the with like a Quackle Champ to attack for a game almost came up, but luckily we were able to save it with the Spice of the Day. But Triple Thunderstorm I think is very solid, and I think Hera could be playing more removal just like for the mirror match as well. I think that's very, very possible to go into. So again, solid list. Going on to our top two, we met in finals. Ace Blaziken rocking up with Solar Foretell. And personally, I think this is a very good choice. And we'll talk about the list a little bit here, going for the like old school Foretell, with just like the newest piece being like the Winjin of Aeolus, a Helios' Slumber to recycle back cards like the Nova Core, super strong. Like the big thing is I think everyone forgot about Celestio. Like Celestial Corvusheim and some of the OG Foretelling suite still works, and it's still really strong. Like this card dropping on the board, I nearly expended myself immediately. Like it was crazy. I was like, oh God, oh no. There was one really funny play where there was a Corvusheim and a Leobright out on the board, and, and Ace goes, I'm gonna foretell 7. Or no, it was a Nebleo and a Corvusheim. I'm gonna foretell 7. And it was all counter runes until the very last card was a Leobright. It was very, very funny. It was like, okay, oh. And then it's like, oh, all right, Leobright been last one. It was pretty nice. Side deck wise, Dense Fog, again, good call out on this one, right? Like it's good for like the Argo, for the fire decks, and then like hitting up for the Hera stuff. Again, very heads up. Catabasis for the fire discard, Tsunami on the side for sure. Again, like the Helios' Slumber as the one of tech. I think moving out for the Tsunami in the main deck is sick, or like maybe even try to fit an altar because I think that could work out really well. This deck's popping in for 2 Temple, which I think works for like keeping your Corvusheins and your big bodies big. So Celestial Ares, they foretold 2 times in all back row, no guys. I think there's something there for Celestial Ares to like play the foretell, which is part of the reason like the finals with Ace Blaziken made me believe that the Ares deck playing the Nebleo line and like adding advantage really I think brings it all together, truthfully. But yeah, focusing a little more on like the old school foretell stuff, which I think is super strong and works out really well. But I ended up taking it home with a very similar concept, you know, and that is Foretell Solar, but just with a little bit of differences, and I'll explain why. This was the deck that I was going to take to the premiere. Because in my testing, I was like, you know, I'm kind of winning some games of Celestia. You know, like sometimes like I can just go on Protect a Body, Ascend with like from an Exaltus, go nuts. The Anacell line is really strong actually. And this is working out surprisingly as like better than I thought it would. Wow, this is working. And I didn't trust in the deck enough, and maybe I should have. Let's go over it. as Bo put it, because I did play a couple games against Bo with this list. I didn't have the win gen at the time, but is that this deck is like checking for Gorgons constantly, and if you don't have the Gorgons, you lose. And I was talking to then Justin and Trevor about what do we put inside the solar deck, and it was like, why aren't we playing Wingen? It isn't just another Ascension, and I'm like, oh yeah, Wingen is good, right? Wingen works, and it is. And this deck can also do the Tornadgen, the Tornadgen target 3 cards at one at random, draw 3. I saw it happen, and it was terrifying. But this deck list is super sick. Here's the concept. Larvacell, the OG, goes into Anacell Supercharge, which is effectively just a big Cryoverm, right? Because it's usually boosted by the Larvacell Charge, which is a walking stadium, which also means that your guys like your Nebleos and your Exaltuses become huge. 7 on if you do the Foretell, and then depending on how many Solars you have, can reach an additional extra couple big bodies. Nova Core with the stadium plus the bug becomes like a 10, which is super scary. And it also helps boost up your Tornadgen if you need to. The Nexusine to add back cards does come up a lot. You can recycle things like your Nova Core. Oftentimes you can recycle your Celestlio. You can go Nexus onto itself, target Celestio, bring it back, ascend the thing over with a Celestlio, and now you have a big body that's ending the game when it hits the board and removal. You can then recycle your Solar Burst, your Guardian of Lights, your Reverse Lights if you need to. That's a lot of really good applications, I think, for getting back some of the resources that you tend to lose early because the deck does not have the best track record against things like PTA, Earthquake, and Laurels, which is very susceptible to. On top of that, it's just an additional card that says, I have multiple bodies out, right? Larvacell becomes a fish, becomes Aphrodite, that then the Aphros card that brings out Anacell. So these 2 cards in combinations means you have a 4, sometimes a 5, that brings out a 7 or an 8. Then Wingen, of course, it gets you Tornadgen, big body that might draw you cards. Then Nebleo gets you into Leo Bright, which then gets you into Celestlio. And this is part of the spice. I'll explain this one very simply. Because of the mass amounts of removal in the game, it's really important to stick a body. And if you can stick a body via battle and then hard ascend the Leo Bright, or sometimes have 2 that ascend into the Celestlio, that's good. That's perfect enough. And so like keeping the board presence is so important. Counter Rune Suite, Shield, Resting, Solar Burst. And then the side deck. Side deck is also part of the spice. Boom Bats, because we were playing the Thunder Spirits anyway, so more removal. Cryoblast, which came up, but also wasn't that great. The side deck master in terms of Ouroboros. And then, of course, I think this card is actually arguably main deckable. El Diablo Sol is so good. After people have used their removal, the last thing left is just the attacking, and then it's like, oh, this card needs to go in there to save your booty and to just say, I'm going to constantly like gain my Celestlios and just stall for a couple turns. And people are playing Cryoblast, truth be told, but like it feels really bad to Cryoblast or Royalotl. I'll just say it. This card actually got a lot better now that combat's a little more focused and things are not necessarily popping things all the time, but still very, very solid and definitely won me some pretty key moments in games. I'll say that. There was one against Nate specifically that it was like a Family of Hera, enchant, deal damage. If the damage went through, I lose the game. Off the top, Nebleo. Oh, saved entirely. And then one Ambrosia. This deck can sometimes struggle with Spirit Management. So this is the spice. This is the spice from the weekend. This is what I wanted to play in the next premiere. Feel free, rock up with Celestlio and let me know how your run goes. Like it looks scary. It just looks scary. It looks scary. I'll say it. It's fun. It's cool. It does a thing. It does have some pretty glaring weaknesses, but you know what? That's Elestrals, baby. What player needs to be banned? I'm confused. Arguably. But also, we gotta stop Bo from winning events. We gotta stop Bo from warping the meta. We gotta stop Bo somehow. I don't know how we can do it. We've been throwing ourselves at Bo to stop the reign of Hera. We've been trying to ban cards. We've been trying to say, oh, we're gonna try to keep these cards in that are good against Hera. Well, it keeps on beating us. I don't understand. No, I understand perfectly, unfortunately. That's it. So, with the premieres out of the way, the set championships in full swing, and with some more shenanigans on the horizon, we have Card Party coming up sometime soon. Hopefully, if you're there, I might see you in the next week, in the next future. On top of that, then, yeah, we have a lot more stuff for Elestrals coming on the pipeline. We have some August premieres coming up soon. I think that was announced. We also have the Columbus Open sometime shortly after that. Snowshade, the Ethereal boxes, everyone's Awakened promos getting in here. Ah, God, it's a good time. It's a good time. Only if you ban EQ resting? Wait a minute. True, wait a minute. Yeah, we can trust you with 3 Kinlia, right? Arguably, that card could come back. Imagine Hestia with 3 Kinleo. That'd be crazy. That card's actually ahead of its time now that I'm thinking about it. I'll be there. Card Party. My beat is at Card Party. Oh, let's go. We're gonna have to do something crazy. Or maybe just like a cake. Either way. All right. Thank you everyone for joining me on today's stream, for looking over the top decks inside of the meta that we have currently. If y'all have been playing or have been enjoying Elestrals, let me know as well. Of course, follow me on Twitter at Swolax. Follow us at the Elestronauts at Elestronauts, and subscribe to the channel here for more Elestrals content. We have some more of the pack battles that we've been doing, that I've been in the Stellar Race, that have been popping up in the shorts, going back and forth with K-Cray. In addition to that, and as far of and for Intuition, we have some more live streams coming up sometime soon. I can't remember exactly what we have planned for our channel. And Caleb, of course, is been uploading the locals vlog. They've been going to locals and making some really great stuff for the Atlanta crew. So that's about it. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm going to maybe do my dishes. I'm kind of sleepy, but we'll see. Either way, thanks so much for joining me on tonight's stream, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out with me, for chatting with me, memeing with me as always. I've always loved doing the deck streams, and just kind of in general, talking with y'all about y'all's choices too. Like, it's important for us, I think, to dissect it and look at it and be like, oh, like, look at the theory, but also sometimes just to brag and be like, damn, that was sick. Dang, this card's cool. I don't know. I like it a lot. Either way. All right. Goodbye, everyone. Wherever you are in the world you're watching, thanks for watching. Get something good to eat. Take care of yourself first and foremost. And yeah, I'll talk to y'all later. All right. Bye-bye, all. Good night.